Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting back into our session, and we are going to move on to our recognition portion. The time is 6:51, and we are going to do a proclamation designating March as Women's History Month.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Happy Women's History Month. If you'd like to join us at the front to celebrate Leading the Change, Women Shaping a Sustainable Future, National Women's History Month 2026. All right, whereas Women's History Month is celebrated each March to honor the countless contributions of women to our nation's history, culture, and progress. And whereas women of every race, ethnicity, background, and profession have played a vital role in shaping our communities, advancing civil rights, strengthening families, leading innovation, and enriching the arts, sciences, businesses, education, and public service. And whereas the 2026 National Women's History Month theme, Leading the Change, Women Shaping a Sustainable Future, honors the women who are driving solutions to environmental, social, and economic challenges and ensuring a better future for generations to come. And whereas women leaders, past and present, have broken barriers, challenged injustice, and expanded opportunities, and whose legacies continue to inspire future generations. And whereas women today continue to serve as elected officials, first responders, educators, healthcare professionals, entrepreneurs, service members, advocates, and community volunteers, strengthening the social, economic, and civic fabric of Culver City. And whereas Women's History Month provides an opportunity to celebrate achievements, recognize resilience, and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring equity, representation, and opportunity for all women and girls. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, does hereby proclaim the month of March 2026 as National Women's History Month in Culver City and encourages all residents to join in honoring the women, past, present, and future, whose vision, courage, and leadership are shaping a sustainable and equitable world, dated this 9th day of March 2026, signed by the Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all council members. Thank you.
So good evening. I'm Candace, and I'm deeply honored to accept this proclamation proclaiming Women's History Month this March from the City of Culver City, from the mayor, from all the council members, and the Culver City community. Women's History Month is about more than celebrating the accomplishments. It's about honoring the courage, the creativity, the resilience of women who continue to lead, build, and uplift others every single day. My journey at All That and More Boutique has always been about more than fashion. It's about helping women show up confidently in every room they enter. When a woman feels seen, empowered, and celebrated, she moves differently in this world. And that ripple effect strengthens families, businesses, and communities. I stand here today because of the women who came before me, the women who stand beside me, and the next generation of women who are watching what's possible. Culver City has been an incredible place to grow, serve, and collaborate with leaders and small businesses. We are small, but despite the grit of it all, we still believe in the power of community. And as we celebrate Women's History Month, I leave you with a call to action. Show up where women are being honored, supported, and elevated. Join us, the Culver City Chamber, at the 10th Annual Women in Business Luncheon on March 13th. There's only 15 tickets left, so it's not a bad luck day if you get your ticket. Also, on March 26th, join us at the Los Angeles Outpatient Clinic for a panel discussion, her badge, her boots, her brilliance. It's an evening of powerful stories from women who lead with courage and serve, and I promise you will leave inspired. Let's continue inviting women to our boards, trusting them to lead our teams, and including them in the rooms where decisions are being made. Because when women lead, we build stronger businesses, stronger organizations, stronger communities, and a stronger world. So tonight, I accept this proclamation for every woman who's boldly showing up, building her vision, and making history in her own way. Thank you.
And Mayor, we have 2 minutes until our allotted 7 p.m. start time. But during this time, I will make mention for the record that Councilmember McMorrin joined the meeting at 5:35 this evening.
City Clerk, do we need to do the roll call again so I can vote?
I just did it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Actually, just have to mark. So I have to do 2 things. Roll call and I have to mark hers here.
She never have to change her as a voter. She needs to be signed in. So we're going to sign in.
Okay. And Councilmember McMorrin, can you sign in, please? I kept saying there's something not working.
I was spoiled because the last meeting we didn't have to. Thanks. Does it show me?
Let me look. Yep, you're in. Thank you. Okay, Mayor.
Ready? All right. Good evening, everyone. If you are able, would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. And now I'll read the oral statement of land acknowledgement. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people, past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all Indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these Indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. And next we'll go to community announcements. First up, FAC, which is the Financial Advisory Committee.
And as they're coming up, did you have a report on the closed action?
No report.
Closed session? Okay, thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Mark Bauer, Vice Chair of the Finance Advisory Committee. We formed an asset ad hoc subcommittee over a year ago to review the city's real property portfolio and determine whether any assets presented opportunities for underutilization, repurposing, or potential revenue generation.
I'm Johnny Griffin, the city management member of the FAC. To conduct this review, we first reconciled asset data that was provided to us from the finance department against our city's parcel GIS database, Geographic Information System, and we developed a GIS-based interactive map, which you see on the screen here right now. This allowed the subcommittee to visualize these assets alongside, as you can see in the upper left corner, land use and zoning and overlay zones against the categorized assets in the lower right corner. And we then, well, that gave us a context of being able to evaluate each of these real properties systematically. We then reviewed each asset for current utilization, also lease obligations, housing covenants, zoning compatibility, and other legal or operational constraints. We also convened with relevant city departments to confirm operational and service delivery requirements. This overall process allowed the subcommittee to screen the city's properties in their portfolio in a consistent and, more importantly, evidence-based way, and to identify which assets warranted deeper review. Now I'll turn it back over to Mark, who will summarize the subcommittee's findings.
Thanks, Johnny. I also want to say Johnny and the rest of staff spent a lot of time on this and did a really amazing job, and it's going to be such a great resource for the city moving forward. So after this review process, we determined that most city-owned properties serve essential public functions such as parks, public safety, infrastructure, city hall, things like that that are obviously being used for good city purposes. A limited number of properties were reviewed in greater detail, including certain residential properties administrated by the Housing Authority. There's an office building on Overland, 4911 Overland, and then there's a tow yard facility on 5722 Bankfield that we did a little bit more digging into. But in each case, legal constraints, long-term leases, housing covenants, or operational requirements significantly limit the feasibility of redevelopment or disposition of these properties. Based on these findings, the subcommittee concluded that no city-owned properties currently present clear opportunities for redevelopment or disposition without affecting essential services or existing obligations. The lasting outcome of this effort, however, is the GIS-based asset inventory, which provides the city with a useful baseline for future evaluation should conditions change and more analysis wants to be done. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any other updates from CBCs?
No.
All right, and before we go into council member reports, I just would like to get nodding heads to adjourn in the memory of Miss Irene Giretti, who is the mother of Elaine Giretti Warner, who is the city's Director of Economic Development.
I see 5 nodding heads. Thank you very much.
And we'll start with announcements from Councilmember Vieira.
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to
celebrate another successful Screenland 5K that many of us participated in. It was a great community-involved day, lots of fun, lots of costumes, lots of energy. For me personally, it was great because it's the first time I've actually ran in over a year since I had surgery. So that was exciting for myself. I look forward to many more successful, not just 5Ks, but community events that bring all of us together. The only other things I wanted to mention were mentioned earlier on Friday. Time's up. On this Friday, we've got our Women in Business annual awards luncheon from 11 to 2 at the Shea. It's a great event, really elegant and uplifting. And we are almost sold out. We have 15 more tickets. So if you want to grab a ticket, go to culvercitychamber.com and you can get it there. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you allowing me to give the recognition for March being Women's History Month. I also want to uplift that Latina History Day, which is observed in LA County, was last week on the 6th. And just yesterday was International Women's Day, and the theme for that was Give to Gain, which is just supporting women organizations and communities, which spills over. So I just encourage folks to look that up and support women in all the ways that we can. I also just want to give a little plug for the CPY Youth and Government banquet that I had the opportunity to attend yesterday with the mayor. It was really amazing to see so many talented young folks from Culver City and beyond that have represented us up and down the state, and I'm really excited for not only our future, but our present. They were incredibly dynamic, so just a huge shout out to all the volunteers and our young ones. And I just want to uplift and appreciate Los Angeles Magazine for honoring me as a part of their Los Angeles Women of 2026. They're having an event also on the 13th, so I will not be at the other event that has been lifted up, but I hope that that is a success. Thanks so much.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. Echoing Councilmember O'Brien's sentiments, congrats to everyone who participated in the Screenland 5K, the organizers, Mike Cohen, on 10 years of keeping us moving. It was a great time. And I think it's the last year I will probably beat Councilmember O'Brien. I bet you're going to beat me next year when your legs recover. So the city is also currently in the beginning stages of redesigning Sepulveda to improve safety for people biking, walking, and driving, and bus speeds and reliability. And there's a few upcoming design workshops, Wednesday, March 18th at the Senior Center. There's a virtual option March 21st at 9 a.m. and another design workshop Thursday, April 2nd at 6 p.m. So make sure your voice is heard, especially if you work, live, play, travel along that corridor. I also wanted to give a quick note of gratitude to our public works staff. Director Dimitri's here, but also Andrew Maximus. I attended a recent meeting for the Allenda Tri-School Area Mobility Study. Staff and consultants had a really great presentation, in-depth look at how people get around the area. There was one or two folks who, tried to disrupt the meeting, but staff maintained composure and professionalism, just made sure that all the community members who, many of whom were busy parents who showed up on a school night, had an opportunity to give input. So I just want to reiterate how important this project is, how much we appreciate our staff, especially those that take the time out of their evenings to engage with our community and listen to our community on projects that impact all of us. So your work does not go unnoticed. And then just wanted to share some personal news that my sister Stacy and her husband Connor have welcomed their second son Chase into the world, and so Aaron and I are now proud uncles to 4 boys, and we couldn't be more excited for them. So Mazel Tov, Stacy and Connor, and can't wait to meet you, baby Chase. Thanks, Mayor.
Congrats. Well, first, happy Daylight Savings Time. It's my favorite time of year. March is also Arts Education Month, so it's dedicated to highlighting the vital role of visual and performing arts in K through 12 education. I really benefited myself from arts, and it gave me a lot of confidence in myself, the value of practice, how to work with others, managing timelines, and taking a project from planning to final curtain.
Big shout out to the Bagel Bites Team 702 robotics team. They competed against 42 other schools, high schools this past weekend, and they ranked 20 out of 42, and they received the 2026 Judges Award, First California District Wanimi Port event. So way to go, Team 702. And last but not least, I was thrilled to throw the first pitch at the opening day of Culver City Little League. Councilmember O'Brien was in attendance, and I think I had a really good pitch, but I don't think I'm going to be recruited anytime soon. So, all right. We will now move on to the update on the homelessness emergency, including Project Home Key, safe camping, and other housing programs.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Mark Munzer, City's Planning and Development Director. In this capacity, I'm also the city's interim Housing and Human Services Director. Before I turn it over to staff this evening, I wanted to note I've been in this role since the beginning of the year. You'll see that we continue to make a lot of progress on a lot of different fronts that the staff is going to focus on in the presentation. One of my big focuses has been to document process and just to document workflow, something that previously had not been done. So I'm working with the staff now. What I'm doing is I'm creating a spreadsheet, which I love to do, which the staff that works with me knows that, and I will be handing that over to the new director when that person is named. We also conducted the homeless count in January, which you're going to see a video on, which is absolutely just such a fantastic event. It was my first homeless count in this role, and I was very happy to participate and just witness all the enthusiasm that's a part of that. Finally, I want to thank you, the City Council, certainly the City Manager, and both teams from Housing and Human Services, as well as Planning and Development. This has been a big lift. I can't do it without both sets of teams, and you'll see tonight what great work they're doing. So thank you.
So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. For the benefit of the public, my name is Dr. Daniel Richardson. I am the Human Services and Crisis Intervention Manager, and I'm joined this evening by Christina Stofers-Himmelman, the Housing and Human Services Project Manager. So we will now move forward into the Emergency Homeless Services update. So just some departmental personnel updates. As you know, Mark Muenza continues to lead HHS in an interim capacity, as well as being the current Planning and Development Director. Recruitment for the new HHS Director is in process, with a replacement expected in April. Next slide, please. Actually, that one's good. Some continued departmental news. Our new housing assistant started at the end of January. The replacement clerk is in process with an estimated start date of late March. The management analyst is in process with a start date also of late March. MCT expansion is in process and awaiting confirmation as part of the budget planning process. We'll also be replacing one of the MCT case managers. Next slide, please. Thank you. So on January 22nd, the City of Culver City conducted its annual homeless count. We had 8 teams canvassing specifically assigned areas. The initial findings see reductions in persons experiencing homelessness, but a relative increase in folks that we're finding in vehicles. And of course, it's traditionally very hard to count those in vehicles and identify who is actually unhoused. Next slide. This slide shows some images from the evening of the count. Thank you. Next slide. And we will now show a short video from the night of the homeless count.
Inside City Hall's Patachia Room, each January, the City of Culver City gears up for its annual point-in-time homeless count. In 2025, the count identified 105 people live on the streets on any given night. This year, there is hope for further reduction in that number. Shane Henson, a local resident and a member of the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness, is volunteering his time to take part in a critical night for the city.
I think, it's really great to live in Culver City. I think we're really a regional leader in terms of our commitment to helping our homeless neighbors in our community. We've put all these dollars into Project Home Key, into shelters, and getting folks off the street and getting a roof over their head. And I think we're really a leader in doing that. I think, like everyone, I think the next step is getting folks out of shelter and into permanent housing, and that's something we need to be thinking about every day in terms of building more housing and figuring out new ways to get funding and connections to make sure people can make that transition from the street to shelter and then into a permanent home.
Let's do it. 7 teams split up, driving 5.1 square miles of city streets to identify unhoused individuals, including those utilizing makeshift shelters or vehicles. Earlier in the morning, Dr. Dan Richardson, along with members of the mobile crisis team, canvassed the Ballona Creek to tally numbers. The count helps guide how and where outreach efforts can be more effective.
It's very rewarding as well, going out there and helping people, and then during this count, when we see results, and the result for us is reduced numbers of people on the streets, that's very rewarding because it can indicate that some of our work is perhaps helping.
Culver City continues to be a leader in trying to solve the crisis.
Anyone in?
With temporary sheltering at Wellness Village, motel master leasing, as well as interim and permanent housing at Project Home Key. The commitments are turning into results. The city has seen a drastic drop from the high mark of 240 people identified in 2021.
I'm really proud of what Culver City is doing in regards to homeless services. From the bottom of my heart, I'm so grateful for what we're doing. We are really putting a lot of services and resources behind this. I'm so happy to work with my colleagues to really bring these services to fruition. The work is not done, even though we're seeing great success rates in Culver City. It still is going to continue, and that until everyone has a home to live and is safe and has resources.
The work isn't done, and for Shane, he encourages residents to find ways to engage with the city and its future.
I think people always worry that it's going to be they don't know enough, or they don't have a good idea or anything. But decisions are made by the people that show up. And so if you think that this is something that you're interested in and want to work on, I think just the most important step is the first one, and that's just getting involved.
Next slide, please. There you go. Thank you. So turning now to the data generated by the mobile crisis team and our contracted service providers like Urban Alchemy. This page shows the 4-month period from November to February of this year. And as you can see, we received 385 crisis calls with 240 individuals engaged. Also noted is the amount of times we're requested by the PD and FD. Next slide, please. This slide, pretty self-explanatory. On the left is our Project Home Key permanent side that is at 34 out of 35 units, 97% occupancy. And on the right, we have figures for the interim side of Project Home Key. Currently, we have 37 persons served and 35 out of the 38 units. Next slide, please. So this slide shows our motel master lease program at the Paradise and Roadway hotels. This is a snapshot in time. So right now we have 23 persons at the Roadway and 20 at the Paradise. And then on the right there, looking at Wellness Village, the snapshot shows 18 individuals are currently housed. Just to follow up with the data, we're currently working on introducing more KPIs and data sets with the goal of providing more tracking and accessibility, accountability. Next slide. So this slide indicates and illustrates some of the challenges that our interim housing clients face. For our clients, there is an expectation that they will continue to engage with services and work with our service providers, such as Urban Alchemy, with the ultimate goal of permanent housing. We have to recognize that some clients may be reluctant to accept placements due to a number of different reasons that can include mental health or medical issues, fear of being let down, the location of the housing, and general costs. But as you can imagine, there are many reasons why people might share some reluctance. Next slide, please. I will now turn it over to Christina Stofers-Himmelman.
So this slide provides an update on the city's homeless plan. In September of 2025, City Council approved a contract with Jennifer Cree, Swan and Associates to update the city's 2018 homeless plan. The update is currently underway and focuses on finalizing community input and synthesizing feedback. Next slide, please. Next, the draft homeless plan will be presented to the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness on March 17th to gather feedback. 2 community meetings will follow on March 18th, which will be an in-person meeting, and on March 19th, which will be a virtual meeting, to present the draft homeless plan strategies and collect additional community input. The updated draft will then be presented at the joint Standing Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee and Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness on April 21st. The final homeless plan presentation will be presented at the joint City Council and Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness meeting on May 26th. This concludes the emergency homeless update presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go to questions, starting with Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. No questions, just Dr. Dan, Christine, and Mark, really thank you for all your hard work. It's great to see that we can see, results in what we're doing as a city, and that's, I think, ultimately what we all want. So keep up the good work, guys. Thank you so much.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Really excited for these updates. Really appreciate the detail in the presentation. I did want to ask, Dr. Dan, you mentioned that the goal was to add some additional KPIs and accountability metrics. Can you speak a little bit to what some of those, what we can look forward to?
Absolutely, yes. I can't recall them all, but I can remember some significant ones. The number of individuals that we are moving into interim housing, the number of individuals going on into permanent housing, basically breaking down the dispositions of our clients, as in where they go, whether they go into a higher level of care or further interim housing, whether they stay in the local area. But those are just some of the KPIs, but I can provide you with a more expansive list later.
Awesome. Really looking forward to that. I do just want to elevate, I think I share this in our prior housing and homelessness committee meeting for Director Munzer, or Interim Director Munzer, just to be mindful about all of the changes that are upcoming in terms of the homelessness landscape that are happening at the county and city levels that will undoubtedly have an impact. And we're not sure of the gravity of that impact, but just I want us to be ready for this July 1st transition as much as possible, and kind of, I don't know if there's any proactive outreach or things that we can do to just make sure that, I don't know, we're on accord as this new county department gets stood up and as things just continue to shift in the landscape. And the last piece I wanted to update or ask a question about, I did see an email about opportunities for folks to give input on the homelessness plan. Did you all uplift that in the?
So a email went out, I believe it was this afternoon, just to elevate all the community input sessions, including the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness. Was that your question specifically?
Yeah, so it's 2 in person and 1 virtual?
So the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness is just a normal CBC meeting, and that's held on March 17th in the patio room upstairs. The March 18th meeting is an in-person meeting, and that's a community input session that will be held in the Patio Room, I believe about, I think we said it was 6 to 7 p.m. Sorry, I'm going off the top of my head right now.
No, it's okay.
And then March 19th is the virtual session, and that will be virtual. So I actually don't recall the exact time of that, but it's a virtual session.
But folks can find it by going to our website, culvercity.org, and looking at the housing and homelessness tab.
I believe it's under the updates tab, actually. But we will make sure that the information also lives on the HHS section of the website.
Wonderful. I always want folks to know how they can find it and how they can get plugged in, because this is really important for us all to be involved. And thank you so much for your leadership in the updates.
Councilmember O'Brien.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks so much for all the work everyone's doing. Really incredible what we've done over the past 3.5 years. Can you tell me, I saw the occupancy of Roadway and Paradise. What's the capacity of those two? Do you know?
Yes, at Roadway, we have 19 rooms, and at the Paradise, we have 25 rooms.
19 and 25? Okay, thank you. And since it wasn't given, I'm assuming we are not at liberty to share our latest homeless count numbers?
We aren't able to do that until LASA release.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have 3 questions. Thank you for the presentation, Christina, Dan, Mark. Hi.
Just real quick.
Yes.
Member's question. We will be releasing that soon. We can say that it's been reduced. We're just not giving the actual number. Apologize, Vice Mayor.
That's great. That's great news. Always interrupt with good news. Yeah, I just have three questions on the presentation. Well, first, I think it was about a year ago in April of last year that we had a conversation about the homeless emergency, and we gave some feedback on the emergency declaration. Do we know if that's coming back? Just there were some specific policy, changes we wanted to make to it. Do you know if that's in progress, and if we need to, come back with an answer, that's okay as well?
As far as I know, the homeless emergency is still in place, and as part of that, we have certain benchmarks to meet, such as these updates. But I can't speak to the rest of it at this time, the rest of the emergency plan or the emergency declaration. But I think there's definitely room for discussion.
In April, and I can follow up with staff after. In April, we had a meeting about that homelessness emergency, and we gave some policy direction, and and it hasn't come back yet. So I can give shoot an email over with the specifics, but I would love to have that item come back and just understand where we are in the process. But yeah, thank you again for the great news and for all the work you're doing on the motel master leasing of Roadway and Paradise Inn. Is there? I know those are pretty costly to run, and I'm very grateful that we have them because they're used, and we have folks that really need those amenities. Has there been an analysis of whether the city should consider whether it would be more cost effective for the city to actually purchase those, and what it would entail? I'm just curious if that is something we should be looking at.
The answer is yes. There have been discussions about purchasing the hotel, particularly the Paradise Hotel. I think it was the owner was. I'm not sure if that was part of their plan, but there have been discussions about purchasing the hotel.
Thanks, Director.
Good evening,
Yeah.
Vice Mayor. As part of the city's upcoming budget conversations, we have been doing analysis of what those operations entail in terms of costs, and those will also be part of the conversation. So we'll have an analysis of the amount of funds that are being expended for both of those facilities, and then, direction as to how to proceed.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, I'd really be interested in whether that could be a cost savings opportunity for the city. And then this one might be for Christina and Dr. Dan. How are we getting feedback from participants in the program, and how is that feedback being implemented or considered?
That actually reminds me that I meant to tell you about a listening session and feedback session that we had at PHK, Project Home Key, last week. It was an opportunity for the residents to provide feedback to the city and to Exeter staff about general matters there, about the interactions between security guards. So at PHK, we did have a listening session, town hall, last week, and we plan to move forward with similar sessions at the other sites.
That's really great. That's great to hear. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Those are my questions. Thanks, Mayor. And thanks for all the great work.
Agreed. Thank you for the presentation and all the work. I don't have any questions for you, so thank you. Appreciate it.
Real quick, Mayor, before we transition, I didn't want to lose the thread that the Vice Mayor lifted up from the April. Now I don't want to scroll up because then I'm going to miss the date, but I do have what specifically was agendized from that meeting. So just in case we need to re-agendize it, I wanted to elevate it. It's from the April 14th, 2025 meeting. And let me scroll back down so I get exactly what we agendized. Sorry, technology. Okay, so there was direction and consensus to collect data on the type of calls received by PD. So we got a consensus on that, what type of calls. There was direction to bring back the state of emergency language, and that included contact our unhoused community has with our PD. And there were some other things, but those were the two that kind of overlap with what was discussed. So if we need additional consensus to try to bring that back from about almost a year ago, I want to make sure that that thread doesn't get lost. I know there's a lot of hard work that staff is doing, so just wanted to elevate that.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I think there was also direction to change the language to ensure that we had placement for folks before relocating them. I think that was another piece, but I'm really glad you took those notes. Thank you.
And Councilmember McMorrin, just so you know, I've put up the dates and the times for the meetings in case anyone didn't catch it.
Thank you, City Clerk. And do we need additional direction on that April 10th follow-up? Or are we okay? Just want to make sure since we're chatting. And thanks so much for sharing out about the listening session. I saw that email. I'm really grateful for your follow-up.
We have the information and we'll follow up.
Awesome. Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you so much. Sorry, Mayor.
No worries. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to joint public comment on items not on the agenda. Looks like we have 17 speakers. Let's do, hey, 90 seconds each.
And
Learning the system.
To starting, we have such great technology. This is happening. I'm going to read a statement regarding hate speech and decorum. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons, and we are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. Meeting attendees are expected to observe the rules of decorum by treating others with courtesy, listening respectfully, and providing fair and equal treatment for all persons and matters coming before the City Council, and allowing others to speak without interruption or intimidation. These guidelines help ensure a productive and accessible environment for all members of the public to engage in their local government process, which we love. Finally, while the council is here to listen to your comments regarding issues affecting the community, please remember, public comment is not a forum for a two-way conversation with council members or other individuals in the meeting. All comments should be directed to the mayor and the city council as a whole. Thank you.
Alrighty, I'm going to go ahead and call our first 10 speakers. We have Vanessa Martin, Monica Richardson, Cynthia Miller, Roberta Flusser, Ronald Ostrin, Faith Rodriguez, Joy Rodriguez, Rebecca Rona Tuttle, and Brian Bianchetti, and Renee Boss. Our first speaker is Vanessa Martin.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Vanessa Martin, and I'm a proud Culver City resident and CCUSD parent. My wife and I moved to Culver City from New York City with our 2 sons 13 years ago for a better quality of life. We chose Culver City because of the excellent and diverse schools system and beautiful and accessible parks. This is why I am particularly disappointed that the city is even considering the proposed plan for the in and out at the already dangerous, chaotic, and congested intersection of Sepulveda, Jefferson, and Sawtelle, which is right down the block from El Rincon Elementary and Blanco Park. Our primary concern is the health and safety of the children who attend El Rincon, as well as the hundreds of families who play sports and other activities at Blanco Park every weekend. We already experience cars speeding down Sawtelle between Jefferson and Overland and flying through the stop signs in front of Blanco Park at Mallet and Rudman. I am sure you know that CCPD receives tons of calls from concerned residents and has had to increase their presence in the neighborhood due to cars blowing through stop signs and nearly hitting children. Secondly, I am very concerned about the invasion of fast food in our city and what that says about us and our values. I am pro-development. I've worked in economic development and equitable housing my entire life, and I would love to see a nice restaurant that adds to the aesthetic of the area and enhances our communal life. Culver City prides itself on having beautiful, sought-after destinations that attract people from all over Los Angeles and beyond. The Venda Museum, downtown Culver City with the Culver Steps, as well as our beloved family and local-owned businesses, such as the one in my backyard, Sorrento's. That is why we should strive for, and that is what we should strive for, and that is what we are asking you, our leaders in Culver City, to focus on. Not another mega fast food drive-through where people will literally drive in and out of Culver City and use our neighborhood as a pit stop and dumping ground. Thanks for listening.
Our next speaker is Monica Richardson, followed by Cynthia Miller.
I'd like to put this on the record. I have a letter for each one of you, so you'll know what I said, plus a little bit more. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The dedicated right turn lanes on Overland and Washington and Culver appear to be installed around 2017 as part of a traffic mitigation tied to development approvals. The law is called California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. If those lanes are required as a mitigation measure in a traffic impact study, which is what happened, the city cannot simply remove them unless a new traffic analysis shows the mitigation is no longer required. And we know that that's not going to happen. It's already more traffic than there was in 2017. So the city is now proposing to remove those lanes with this Overland project. Then you have to do 2 things. Show the updated traffic analysis proving the right turn lanes are no longer needed. They are needed. Explain why taxpayers paid for infrastructure that is now being removed less than a decade later, and public infrastructure funded through traffic mitigation studies cannot simply be erased without justification. The city must either demonstrate with new data that the lanes are no longer necessary or explain while taxpayer-funded improvements are being reversed. Residents deserve transparency. You cannot claim the lanes that were essential in 2017 to approve development and manage congestion and now say they are unnecessary without presenting the evidence. The buildings that are on that corner that are 5 stories high, the building next to it that 5 stories high, we all want, it's okay to build, but then you can't take away the right turn lanes. They added 2 left turn lanes. You can't do it, and I would like to see the studies, and I would like them in a timely manner. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Cynthia Miller, followed by Roberta Flusser.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Miller. I live in the Culver City, Blanco Park area. Thank you, council members and mayor, for listening. I'm not going to repeat the arguments others have made, and I'm sure you've heard over the past few weeks about why it's a bad idea for in and out. What I want to note is that we have a petition started a few weeks ago that already has over 800 signatures. I was going to take the time to fold it up, but I don't have much time. The petition has been signed by Culver City residents, many of who don't live in Blanco Park, but they understand the problems it would create. They drive to work through Sawtell, Sepulveda, Jefferson, or they take their kids to soccer practice or baseball practice, or they go to Pavilions or other local stores, or they have kids at El Marino or El Rincon Elementary School, or they've seen the plans for 11111 and can envision something nice across the street that builds community, not a parking lot full of idling cars. But I will say that the residents, if you zero in on Blanco Park, the residents of Blanco Park are overwhelmingly opposed to this idea, and we deserve to be heard. My final comments are to you, but mostly to In and Out. In and Out, if you're listening, I would encourage you to stop pursuing this idea. Don't submit an application for a conditional use permit. Don't take this any further. Don't squander the goodwill that you have with Culver City by forcing a location that's bad for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roberta Flusser, followed by Ronald Ostrin.
City Council members, I'm a lifelong resident of Culver City. I taught school here, I was a city commissioner, and I'm appalled that the Sepulveda Overland project is being proposed. I don't know who the stakeholders are that you mentioned. We haven't seen a list of that, but I know the residents of Paul Carlson Park are very opposed to any change in the traffic pattern. Also, I want to know if an environmental study was done. I have seen nothing. Please let us know if it's been done and what is said in that, because there's no environmental study on the problems that the traffic will have. So please, if you haven't done one, do that. Have input from the city and all your people, not just a few, because we have no idea who those stakeholders are. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ronald Ostrin, followed by Faith Rodriguez.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Mr. Ostrin, can you hear me? We can hear you.
Yeah, that's good.
Are you listening through Zoom?
Oh, they can hear me? Okay, I can't hear myself. All right. First off, want to welcome Otis Jones as our new city manager. I think you're going to love our city, and we are happy to have you here. I'm a little concerned about fiscal sobriety of the council. There seems to be a substantial amount of spending, and I think you're getting out on your skis. First off, there's this project, Overland and Sepulveda. There's no community buy-in to that. In fact, I think Councilman Fish was saying they're still in the process of getting feedback. But I note in the consent portion, there's seems to be like $1.2 million that the city is getting ready to commit towards that project. I kind of think you need to slow down and find out if there is buy-in for that project. For example, that project's going to really prevent our access transportation for seniors being able to drop off seniors because there'll be no place to park. I think you need to slow down and really find out if this is something the city wants. I think what the residents would like is if you'd focused on some of the basics, potholes, sidewalks, public safety, etc. Please. The economy is uncertain, and I think you're maybe causing a financial problem for the city in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Faith Rodriguez, followed by Joy Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Faith, and I'm a resident of Culver City. I'm here because removing street parking on Overland Avenue will hurt the people who actually live here. The reality is that Culver City is still a car-dependent city. According to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Action Plan, which can be found directly on Culver City's official website, about 78% of residents commute by driving, while only 3% commute by bicycle. That means policies removing parking to prioritize bike infrastructure are impacting thousands of drivers for a very small percentage of users. Removing parking in lane spaces will push more cars into fewer lanes, increase congestion, and force drivers to circle residential streets looking for parking. That means more traffic, more pollution, and more frustration to the people who live here. But this isn't just about traffic, it's about community. Street parking supports small businesses that give Culver City its culture and diversity. But when parking disappears, customers disappear too. And when businesses leave, our neighborhood loses what makes them special. It also raises serious equity concerns because this is about fairness and equity. Many of the more affordable homes in this area are in the apartment buildings along Overland. Families who live there often rely on street parking because they don't have garages or multiple parking spaces. When street parking disappears, the burden falls on disproportionately renters and working class residents, not on wealthier homeowners with private parking. And as a Hispanic woman, safety matters to me too. I'm asking residents to park farther away and walk longer distances home late at night is not a small thing. It changes how safe people feel in their own neighborhood. And I have to be honest, I don't feel safe walking long distances home late at night in a city with a history of exclusion. Policies like this should protect residents, not make them feel less safe. Transportation planning should work for the entire community, not just a small group and not just your privileged group. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joy Rodriguez, followed by Rebecca Ronatuttle.
Hi, I'm here to say that you guys need to really reconsider these bus lanes and removing parking from us residents. It already makes a lot of traffic here on Culver Boulevard, which you guys did over here. So taking Overland, which everyone uses, Sepulveda, which everyone uses, and even Alenda for the parents who have to drop off their children in the morning is a terrible idea. And then I also find it funny how when Dan O'Brien was when it was about the Olympics and he's part of some other FIFA's subcommittee, I find it funny how Pouza, Fish, and McMorrin were saying that it's a conflict of interest and that he's probably getting paid. How is it okay for Bubba Fish to be on the bike lane committee and then also working for the county and then being able to vote on that here in our city when he's already working for those other organizations? There should be some kind of, he shouldn't be able to do that because that's conflict of interest.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Ronatuttle, followed by Brian Bianchetti.
Minute and a half. That's it. Yep. You can watch that screen over there. It'll turn to yellow and then red.
Okay. All right. Greetings, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Rebecca Ronatuttle, and tonight I am representing our city's Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee. I am here to announce the 2026 Equity and Human Relations Award and to encourage residents to nominate candidates for these awards. The nomination deadline is Sunday, April 12th. These annual awards have brought honor to our award recipients for 5 years. They highlight the importance of equity, diversity, and respect for one another. The awards remind us of the value of healthy relationships between and among diverse residents, city staff, and visitors to our city. The recipients will be individuals who have embodied inclusiveness, altruism, and giving. Each award recipient will be honored with a medallion. There are 4 categories of nominees. And I'm going to show you the flyer, everybody. I hope you'll pick up one. So the 4 categories of recipients: Culver City resident or person employed in Culver City, a student residing in Culver City and or enrolled in any Culver City school or West Los Angeles college, a Culver City business owner, a president or executive director of a nonprofit organization serving the Culver City area. The nomination form can be found on the Culver City website, and it's easy to find because all you have to do is enter the word award in the search box. There are flyers describing the awards in the back of the council chambers, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Bianchetti. I'm not sure if I said that right. You can say it for the record, followed by Renee Boss.
Bianchetti, you did good.
Bianchetti, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Bianchetti, and I'm the founder and chair of Made in LA. We are a 501c3 nonprofit project working to support manufacturing across LA County. We support hundreds of local producers of apparel, cosmetics, home goods, and packaged food items. I'm speaking to you tonight to request a non-financial sponsorship for LA Snack Fest on Saturday, June 27th on Main Street in downtown Culver City. We recognize this is out of your normal event approval cycle, so we're asking that you agendize this for a future meeting. We'll have 40 to 50 LA-based manufacturers showcasing their products and engaging with the community. We will promote this to visitors from across LA County and beyond and bring them here to Culver City. Our staff has spoken with Edgar on the city events staff, and we're happy to provide additional information you might need. Thank you for your consideration.
Nodding heads to make a non-financial contribution to the Made in LA Snack Fest.
Mayor, I just wanted to share, I believe Saturday, June 27th might be Culver City Pride. Is that right? I'm looking at the organizer right now. So I think that might be in a similar location, but as what you just described. But we can definitely nod my head to explore a sponsorship. Just wanted to bring that to the
Yeah, that'd be perfect. We're open to different dates. We just want to get it on the agenda to discuss.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
I see unanimous nodding heads. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Renee Boss, followed by Melissa Sanders, Marcy Vaughn, Brian Sanders, Anthony Burnett, Debbie Gambino, Marta Valdez, Holly Arrit, and Mark Galanti. Our next speaker is Renee Boss.
Good evening. My name is Rene Boss. I'm a resident of Culver City. I'm almost 70 years old. In 1984, I became the youngest head coach in the history of the Olympic Games after competing 10 years professionally. I don't want to brag about myself, just want to let you know that there is no person in this city or the state that love and support biking more than me. But we are not in Denmark. Here, probably less than 2% of people ride bicycles for transportation. I'm fighting 3 different types of cancer in the last 5 years. One don't have a cure yet. When I need my treatments, walking from my car to bed is very challenging. Now they want to take the parking on the west side away from me. This side has more residents than the east, which is more commercial. The Culver project was a nightmare, and it still is. The overland will be even worse. What takes me 7 to 10 minutes to drive to my house, it will take me more than an hour. Wonder who benefits from this. Hope the fire and police department get flying vehicles when we need assistance. I also wonder if any of the 5 people that approved this ever drove on overland after 3:30 p.m. or before 8 a.m. If not, I encourage you guys to do it because it's a nightmare. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Marcy Vaughn.
Good evening. First, I'll say that when Councilman Fish talks about fiscal responsibility, it's laughable considering you led the charge for Jubilo Village and squandered $20 million of our cash. So stop pretending you're fiscally responsible. Number 2, I went to so many meetings these last few weeks. I especially liked the one last week where we got to meet the consultants for the Tri-School Mobility Study, and I'm thrilled that they agree that there is no data to support a bike lane, especially a protected one, on Alenda. So those of you who claim to be data-driven, please stay data-driven because a lot of your projects that you want to shove through or down our throats and make exist in this world that we don't need are not data-driven. So stop it. Beautiful street, doesn't need a bike lane. You can paint one, but it doesn't mean a protected one. So there you go. That was very important, but they were lovely, and I'm glad they could see a rational process. I also beg of you to please stop wasting our money, and please get the police and fire departments involved in whatever plans you guys are still concocting for our streets, because they need to be there. If you guys do something to delay their response time, you will be sued quickly, swiftly, and deservedly. Get them involved in these plans to make sure you're not doing something even worse than you're already doing now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marcy Vaughn, followed by Anthony Burnett.
Good evening, Mayor Puza and council members. My name is Marcy Vaughn, as you all know. And although I'm a PRCS commissioner, these opinions are my own. Vice Mayor Fish needs to recuse himself from anything that has to do with transit and transportation, whether it's sitting on the mobility subcommittee or voting for anything to do with bike lanes, bus lanes, or transportation, including Better Overland, Sepulveda, or the Tri-School area from Culver City Council dais. From Vice Mayor Fish's LinkedIn page, I currently work for the LA County Supervisor and Metro Board Vice Chair Janice Hahn, supporting her efforts to enhance mobility across the region. According to the California's Fair Political Practices Commission, on an official whose income, an individual or an entity from whom the official has received income or promised income aggregating to $500 or more in the previous 12 months, including the official's community property, blah, 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 must recuse themselves because this is a disqualifying conflict of interest and they may not participate in making or use their position to influence a governmental decision. As the Vice Mayor's actual day job is to encourage mobility, we all know what that really means, as he's been pushing protected bike and bus lanes and removal of parking to the detriment of 98% of Culver City residents, and he's definitely paid more than $500 per year. He has a disqualifying conflict of interest and must recuse himself. On these pages that I have here, I have links to the FPPC's California's government page of conflict of interest rules, and on the back you will see a copy of his LinkedIn page describing exactly what he does.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anthony Burnett, followed by Debbie Gambino.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to voice opposition to the development of In-N-Out on the corner of Sawtelle and Sepulveda in the Blanco Park neighborhood. My principal concerns lie with the health and safety of not only the children, athletes, and students at Elwyn Con and Blanco Park, but also the neighborhood community at large. Studies collected by the University of Utah have demonstrated that idling cars, specifically in drive-thrus, compound local PM2.5 and PM10 emissions. It is demonstrated as an almost 50% increase in local particulate pollution in a range that encompasses Blanco Park. This is most notably aggravated during atmospheric inversions, which are persistent and common in the Los Angeles basin. It's what's responsible for our smog. Its studies suggest that the safe distance is 350 to 600 yards away, which is a threshold neither the In-N-Out nor the drive-through clears. Understandably, Sepulveda and Jefferson are busy streets, but heavy traffic is only a nuisance during normal commuting hours. An In-N-Out would plant a steady block of 20 at a minimum, idling vehicles for 16 hours a day. In-N-Out opens at 10:30. The park is busy until 5 p.m. on a slow day. It is also antithetical to the intentions of the city. In-N-Out drive-thrus are long and will spill into the street on Sawtelle, as well as congesting an already busy ingress point. If we are to promote walkability, stamping a drive-thru across the street from a several-story apartment building strikes me as short-sighted and irresponsible city planning. I ask that the conditional use permit to allow the construction of a drive-thru be denied and the auspices of a pedestrian-friendly business be courted instead. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Debbie Gambino, followed by Marta Valdez.
Good evening, and thank you for your time and listening. I did go to the mobility study presentation at the Senior Center. And much to my surprise, not all the data collected was represented there. You only had data from Monday through Friday. Saturday and Sunday is part of the week and the busiest time on these thoroughfares. Why was this data not included in your study? What are you hiding, is what everybody was asking. It just doesn't build trust in the info. And since Overland and Sepulveda are major thoroughfares used, and homes to small businesses which contribute to this community, I don't know why you are hell-bent basically on harming them. Most of those businesses did not even know about this project, from whom I personally have spoken to. So whatever outreach you have been doing to them is not working. Small business owners wear lots of hats. We don't have time to be running this down. You need to find out what our opinions are. Buses driving through those areas are not going to stop to shop. They're just not. You need to have a car. The congestion that happened on Culver Boulevard was an absolute disaster. We were so relieved when most of it was taken out, but still the parking is gone here that is definitely needed for seniors trying to get out and patronize these restaurants. Potential conflicts of interest, which were already mentioned, that I won't bore you again with. You're supposed to be representing our wishes. Why aren't you? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marta Valdez, followed by Polly Arrit.
Have it. I think so. It's the Mobility Subcommittee one. Okay. Ms. Valdez has asked for this to be posted while she speaks.
Good evening, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Bubba Fish, and council members. I've been seeing actually Mayor Puza and Mayor Fish quite a bit lately, especially at the Sepulveda Connects meeting, the Lenda Tri-School meeting, and most recently the Mobility Safety Subcommittee on February 24th, which I was very surprised, and I encourage everybody to attend that meeting, the next meeting that they have. Mayor Puza and Vice Mayor Fish, you frequently reference how there's so much danger with the bicycles and the bicycles versus vehicles, and that was presented at that subcommittee. So I wanted to dig in because I've heard you guys say it more than once. So I went and got the information, and this is what I found on your subcommittee meeting, and this was presented by the Culver City Police Department. Next, 2 slides. Next. Okay. So, and this is representative of 5 years, for 5 years. In 2020, the vehicle versus bikes was a total of 7. Next slide. In 2021, there was a total of 19. In 2022, 18. 2023, 14. And 2024, 21. Okay, and 2025, only 5. Only 5 throughout all Culver City. So how is that hold on, sorry. So how is that indicative that you need to put?
Sorry.
Okay, well, you know what? Data matters. Safety planning should be driven by clear analysis of where collisions occur and why not by removing parking and curb access on working corridor. We can support bike safety.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Polly Arrit, followed by Mark Galante.
And Mayor, we are past the 20-minute mark, just so you're aware.
Okay, well, let's just do the, close it out.
Sorry, I think I'm actually signed up for the wrong thing to speak on, but I'm just going to use this opportunity because I got to get these guys to bed. But we're speaking on behalf of the Costco parking lot gas station situation. We're really against it. There's so much toxicity in the air that's going to be caused as a result of this.
Thank you so much. We have to do it in order. These are for items not on the agenda, but we heard you. Thank
Okay,
you.
cool. Thank you.
Not on the agenda, right? Yeah.
Sorry, it autocorrected my dad's name. It's Jack here. I just have two things to bring up. Recently at the tri-school meeting, I personally, as a resident of 27 years in Culver City, what I saw there was concerning to me. There's been an increased level of anger towards our public officials that host these meetings, and it concerns me since I've noticed it rising recently. I've known these transportation officials for many years now, and it concerns me when swear words are thrown at members of the public that show up to these meetings, and I would like the city to reflect on that moment, that people aren't showing up to meetings anymore because they feel unsafe at these meetings. I don't really care what anyone thinks about me, but I wanted to bring that up because I think it's important that we want the members of public to come to all public meetings, not just transportation, but it's important that they feel safe and they feel heard and they aren't scared to share how they feel. My second thing, oh, there's a second screen. My other thing is about accessibility features. A lot of these projects that are brought up, an aspect of them includes curb cuts and other accessibility features that improve the lives of not just wheelchair users, but also parents with strollers and other members of our community. So we want to be mindful of disabled people are brought up into this discussion and not spoken about in a way that discounts their lived experiences and how they get around the city. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers until the end of the meeting.
Great. Thank you very much. May I get a motion to receive and file correspondence?
Really quick, Mayor, just to double back on what Mr. Galante brought up before it's fine that there's a motion in a second, but is there, can we have a conversation? I know that we read this, I don't know, code of conduct message before our council meetings, but we don't have a lot of control over what folks say when they come to the dais. But I don't know if for our community meetings, something similar could be read out. We don't have control over what happens at this dais, let alone what folks say. But I do think it would be a good rule of thumb to have a statement read of our wishes as a community. I've brought up a lot. I mean, I don't always feel comfortable saying the things that I say up here, but I appreciate Mr. Galante naming that because I know that that is reflective of members in the community who do not always come to these spaces because of how it feels. So I didn't want to lose that moment because I think it's important. And I don't know if we can maybe lift up something similar, if that has to come back to be agendized, but hopefully we can start to incorporate some of that level setting. Again, community members are going to do what they're going to do, but I do think it's important for us to at least ask for folks to treat our spaces with the level of respect that I think people deserve.
And council member, they did actually read at the mobility subcommittee, or one of the community meetings, they did read something very similar to what I state. I sent it to them. And I can very easily put that out to our other bodies just to ensure that everyone is in the same frame when they come to these meetings.
And are there, similar to how the mayor is tasked in running the meeting and sort of ensuring that there's, procedural processes are followed, is there a role like that in these subsequent meetings?
It depends on whether or not it's the staff and the chair work together. Sometimes the chair runs the meeting more fully. Sometimes the staff person guides it more. but it's always a partnership.
Okay. I do think it's important when there are statements or things that are being made that it's named. I don't know how we can incorporate that. And again, like, please, I just want to remind you of the, whatever we're calling this statement, lift it up. Again, it doesn't have to be a formal process, but I think there needs to be an acknowledgement when folks are violating the code. We can't control what people do, but we're all humans. We all care about this community, and all we can do is remind folks. I don't know if colleagues have any other suggestions, but that just is what came up. And thank you, City Clerk, for lifting that up.
Mayor, if I may add a quick note of support for that, because I was at this meeting and Mr. Galanti is right on. The meeting was being interrupted by one or two folks who were really there to disrupt and cause problems. And there wasn't really, and I feel for staff because they were really trying to get through a lot of information. I feel for the other parents and people who were in the room trying to get information about what was, coming to the neighborhood, what the study, said. They were there to learn and also give input. And it was really felt like it was a waste of people's time for a while there because we weren't able to digest the information. There was so much disruption from these one or two individuals. And to what the council member was saying, there really wasn't someone there saying, if you are disruptive, we're going to have to ask you to leave. There wasn't really, an enforcement of a code of conduct of any kind, which I think was missing. So I just want to share, I support the suggestion of like a statement. I don't know if one was read at the beginning. I may have been a couple minutes late, so I may have missed it if it was. And then I also support just having someone there who can essentially say, like, these are the, this is the protocol of the meeting. And if it's not adhered to, this is the structure of the meeting and the format. If you're not adhering to that format, then we're going to have to ask you to leave, so that everyone has the respect of being able to participate and learn. Because those spaces being safe, comfortable spaces is really important. So I just wanted to uplift and say, share my support for that suggestion from Councilmember McMorrin.
Yeah. I just wanted to remind the council this isn't on the agenda, but I think that the city clerk has heard the concerns that have been lifted up in this meeting, and she can work with city staff on the various meetings to come up with ideas of how to make those meetings safer, feel like a safe space, including statements and maybe trainings on how staff can navigate those and feel confident in navigating those and dealing with the members that are disruptive.
And so this will suffice with direction versus?
Yeah, I think she's heard your concerns, and that is within her purview to work with staff on these issues, to make those meetings operate consistently with the tone that the council has set for their meetings.
Great, thank you.
And can we have an update when that's resolved, or with whenever there's a direction?
I will report back when everyone has their statements, and maybe in a month after everyone's been through it and done it once. We can just make sure that happens. Because like the city attorney says, all of the bodies are supposed to reflect the tone that is set by the council. And so we want it to pass through and be uniform and consistent throughout.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And we have a motion to receive and file all of the correspondence, and that is a motion from Councilmember Vera, a second from Councilmember O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Now we'll go on to the consent calendar. Just a reminder that consent item C12 was pulled from the agenda.
And also, as we're looking at the order of the agenda, please also note that action item A2 will not be heard this evening. We contacted those who had interest in speaking to let them know that it would be rescheduled for another meeting date.
Great, and any items from the consent that should be pulled?
Item C11.
C11,
Mayor.
thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rivera?
Can we look at C4 also?
C4 and C11.
Is it
And I-
C4 and C11?
I don't think I need a presentation on C11. Just wanted to make a amendment.
All right, is there any public comment?
There is. There's quite a bit of public comment on a lot of the
Oh.
items. But first, I just need to read the C12 statement from the department that was regarding an authorization of an application of up to $4 million in urbanized area formula grants, discretionary funds for Culver City Transit Center improvements at the Westfield Culver Center. It has been removed from the agenda because after further investigation, the team determined that the transit center proposal does not yet meet project-ready threshold requirements of the grant. So staff will continue to work on the design, environmental documentation, and a formal agreement with the mall so as to be prepared for future grant funding cycles. So we have speakers for items. Let's see, C4, C6, C7, C8, and C9. Do you want to go to listen to the consent?
Yeah, let's do public comment first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our public comment speakers are Philip Lilliveld, Ronald Ostrin, with 1 minute seated by Leslie Ostrin, Rosalind Labriola, Melissa Sanders, Marcy Bond, and Brian Sanders. Our first speaker is Philip Lilliveld, speaking on items C4 and C8.
Yep.
Okay. 90 seconds?
Yep.
All right, so in a nutshell, on C4, the description in the agenda is just a one-sentence generic statement about an AI infrastructure project. I could find nothing about it online, but I did find that cities similar to Culver City are doing the same type of thing, and the company that the city is choosing is very credible. So I've got a simple ask, and that is for any agenda item, could the person in the city who's managing that project please provide 1 or 2 sentences or a link so we can actually find out what it is being proposed. Okay. On C8, which is the funding of AILA's AI on the Lot project, as a 35-year resident of Culver City, I strongly support this. The AI on the Lot initiative is growing in both stature and size, and it reflects very well on Culver City as the heart of Screenland. So I hope that you will support C8. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ronald Ostrin, speaking on items C7 and C9, with 1 minute seated by Leslie Ostrin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, this is Ron Ostrin. C7 and C9 should be calendared for on the agenda. The two of them are talking about funding $1.4 million for a project that is uniformly unpopular to the residents of Culver City. This is reminiscent of the MOVE project. It's going to clog the streets and people don't want it. It's actually a very elitist thing to do. For people who are supposedly for the working class, this is going to hurt the working class incredibly in Culver City. People who have to commute to work, people who live in multifamily housing that needs parking on the street. And for the three majority who are ramming this through, one of them is conflicted out and shouldn't be voting on it. And the other two are being insensitive to the residents of Culver City and seem to have an agenda that's from outside of Culver City. $1.4 million. $1.4 million. The city is going to go broke with your spending. And then in years from now, we're going to have to spend the money to unwind the project like we did with the MOVE project. Please get some financial sobriety. Please work for the residents of the city. Please work for the working people who have to get to work, have to park their cars, and have to work for a living. I grew up in Culver City. This is a middle-class town. We're just trying to make a living. And we can't afford your desire to convert this into a city that does not work for the working people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosalind Labriola, followed by Melissa Sanders. Rosalind is speaking on item C9.
Good evening, Mayor Puza and council members. I'm Rosie Labriola, and I'm here to request that the major changes being proposed for Better Overland and Sepulveda projects be put on hold until a vote of Culver citizens is taken. Major changes such as these that affect the entire city should not be determined by a few. I'm also here to strongly request that the $700,000 being proposed for the city's on-call professional service agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates and the additional $69,000 for Public Works not be authorized by this council for Phase 2 of Better Overland. Culver City is in a budget crunch. We do not need to spend an additional $750,000 to make changes to Overland Avenue that the majority of residents do not want. I've been a resident living one block parallel to Overland for 40 years. Therefore, I am a stakeholder in the Better Overland project, as are the multitude of homeowners and apartment dwellers who reside all along Overland Avenue. At the numerous planning meetings I've attended, Culver City staff consistently state that it's the stakeholders who want the changes to Overland and Sepulveda. Who are these stakeholders? To date, staff does not identify who they are. We deserve to know who has such a major influence upon the decisions being made. Please tell us who are these anonymous stakeholders. Thank you for your time. And thank you, Mayor Puza, for actually watching the speakers when they speak and not looking down while they're speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, speaking on items C6, C7, and C9, followed by Marcy Vaughn.
Hi again. Here's what I'm going to say. One of these is to do some kind of like asphalt change. For the love of God, don't change anything that then you're trying to do a whole Better Overland thing and it's going to have to be redone again. So please stop wasting our money. Number two, all of this is insane. If you need to improve anything, improve our sidewalks. You know who uses sidewalks? Anyone who took a bus that now has to walk to wherever they're going. Anyone who rides their bike and parks it, locks it up, and has to get where they're going. People walk, run, stroll, and do everything on sidewalks. It would behoove all of you to realize that you should use the money that you're wasting on these projects to improve our sidewalks. Hire half a dozen crews. I don't care. But the majority of this community doesn't want bike lanes. But every single person in this community and who comes here is going to use a sidewalk. Fix the sidewalks. Stop doing these stupid projects.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, speaking on items C6 and C7.
I meant C9 as well.
And C9.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members. We all know who I am and that these are my own opinions. Just a reminder that the city promised a Q&A at the tri-school meeting and then reneged on its promise. So if you had angry residents, it's because they reneged on that promise. Also, let's remind the City Council, and I will get to C6, 7, and 9, what the First Amendment actually means and what could happen if the council decides to suppress that. And lest anyone forget the vitriol and foul language that was thrown at council members Vera, O'Brien, and Erickson in the past. We, our side, has shown a great deal of restraint. We don't cuss. We just speak our opinions loudly. Now, as was noted earlier in the meeting, the city is in a fiscal structural deficit, and spending more money on projects that is not supported by 98% of the residents is not very well thought out. Rather than spending $1.4 million for a project that we don't want, we should be spending this on our current infrastructure. The other night, my husband and I were walking down Overland between Culver and Braddock. On the east side of Overland, all 5 of the street lights are out, completely out. There is no light on the east side of Overland. On top of that, as you walk around Vets Park, which many, many, many people do, these sidewalks are buckling and very dangerous. If you want to save money on, lawsuits for something like this, I think I would consider fixing our sidewalks and spending that $1.4 million on that instead of on a project nobody wants. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Sanders, speaking on items C7 and C9, followed by Jack Galante. Looks like he might be experiencing some difficulties. I'm going to skip to Jack Galante and come back to Brian Sanders. Jack Galante is speaking on items C7, C9, and C11.
Do we do them in order?
However you like.
Okay. C7 is Alta Planning. They have actually done a really good job about reaching out to their community. I've been to all their meetings, and they are run very professionally. They give a lot of information to the community, and from what I've gathered from being there, the information is displayed in a way that the residents really get to understand and actually expand their knowledge about the project and what benefits or disadvantages. They're very truthful about loss of parking, and they're kind of very visual, which is a great asset to our community. The C9. C9 is for Better Overland. Again, everyone knows me. I ride on my bike. That's my vehicle in Culver City. This authorization is very important as it will improve the street. I know there's a lot of issues with the street, but improving it will greatly improve our city as a major thoroughfare of our city. 17 seconds. Last one, C11. Free fare days. I think that's really important, especially brings people on the bus that haven't been on the bus before. It brings our community together by using our wonderful public transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to go back to Brian Sanders, speaking on items C7 and C9.
Hi, Council. Can you hear me out there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Thanks for waiting. On C7, I'm just a little concerned. I know Alta Planning's got a big name in the community on the entire west side, maybe even larger in Southern California. But their focus is bicycle advocacy. And I know that the item has particularly to do with the bicycle and pedestrian action plan and updating that. It's a lot of money, over $500,000, to try to commit to that at a time when we have a severe structural deficit. So I'm concerned about that as well. I'm not sure why we need to update the plan. We have a good one. There was a lot of work done, and we have not actually even fully implemented the current accepted plan that's approved. So we spent all that money and all that time, and we're going to update it again. Why? Is there some sort of problem? Can you please make transparent to the community what's wrong with the current bicycle and pedestrian action plan, that it needs to be updated? And again, looking at the group that you are asking to contract with, of course they're going to say, yeah, put protected bike lanes everywhere. That's what they do. That's what they do. So we don't need protected bike lanes. And this leads to C9. You just did this major study, almost $300,000. And what did it show? There's not a lot of bike riders. And I don't know why we would change Sepulveda, Allenda, and Overland for bicyclists when the data shows that we don't really have any.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for our consent calendar.
Great, thank you. Let's go to C4. Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I don't have a specific, or I don't require a presentation. The staff report was quite detailed, but I just want to make sure that we're doing check-ins on this process. AI has a lot of quirks, and so I just wanted to make sure I have full confidence in you and the team, but just wanted to make sure that there was, as we pilot this new endeavor, that we're just doing all of our due diligence and checking back and making sure that it's actually doing what it says it does.
Well, I'm glad you actually brought this up. We actually have the co-founder and CEO of Madison AI with us virtually. If you would like to actually ask her any questions about that directly, you can. She's here. Her name is Erica Olson.
Hey, Erica. Thanks for being with us.
Council members and Mayor, thank you so much.
And one thing we wanted to do when our first AI implementation is to really look at how we can do cross-departmental improvements and increase staff efficiencies.
Yeah.
So we're going to be monitoring this very closely. We're also doing a lot of data governance, and we're really staying close in on that. As a pilot for this, for us, is we see a lot of benefits, especially in the PRA area.
When I saw that, I said, because I know it takes so much staff
so
time.
much time, yeah. And it's Johnny here will attest to that, and Heather as well.
Thank y'all so much.
Yeah. So what I was going to say is really looked at this as a holistic, and we got a lot of really good return for the cost in considering how much in relation to other AI that we've been looking at.
Okay.
And we will definitely keep it in tune with keeping staff efficiencies and measuring that. And that's one thing Erica and I have been discussing a lot, is how do we show the measurables when we actually start getting this going.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it being something that you were ready for, you all were already thinking about, and I expected nothing less. So, Erica, thanks so much for joining us. Our meetings are quite entertaining, as I'm sure you can already tell. And thanks for your leadership. Looking forward to learning how it's improved our practices. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may add one question in that same vein. So thank you for pulling this, Councilmember. And thanks, JR and Johnny, for your work on this. I wanted to ask if there will be a human being that will be sort of double checking because my concern is just the propensity for, false information sometimes, and, AI can just generate information that doesn't actually exist at times. We've seen that happen. So I want to just ask if with this software, there will be a person double checking the work for every time we implement it, and if there will be a person who's sort of responsible for that item or that mechanism of AI that we're using.
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor Fish. Actually, the beautiful thing about Madison AI is 100% designed to be person-driven, and we actually have 100% oversight and governance on it. So nothing will be produced without someone reviewing and coordinating. Eric can give you probably a better explanation of the process, but there will always be someone in that process of AI. It will never go out to anybody without someone reviewing it. Actually, as part of our AI policy, is that nothing should be done without transparency and oversight by a person. So whenever we're doing these types of things, we actually chose Madison AI because we're actually using the data that it provides. We're never taking the PRAs, for example. It will always be reviewed by the city attorney's office to double checking, and there will never be any instance where it never goes out without someone looking at it first.
Thank you so much. That's really reassuring. And I was getting some concern from folks who wanted to know about our AI policy. Where can we find our AI policy?
It's
The ink is still wet.
the ink is the signatures are coming right now. So we're actually getting the policy number, and it should be out hopefully by the end of this week.
And that's just an internal department policy, or is that something that comes to council, or how does that work exactly?
That's an administrative policy, so that will not be coming to city council.
And is it publicly available for people to, anywhere
Yes,
for people to see?
it would be a public record if requested.
Okay. Is it something that could be available on the department's website potentially, our AI policy, if it's something that I think would be interesting to people who, since this is our first foray into, AI and city administrative work, just wondering if it's something we can share.
Yeah, certainly.
That would be really helpful. Thank you so much for explaining, and appreciate all the oversight and using these new tools. Thanks.
Well, additionally, I'm going to say with the AI policy is we're going to be doing city-wide training on the use of AI. And then after we do internal training, I intend to actually do outward-facing training for the community members on the use of AI and the ethical use of AI and how to better use AI prompting and everything. It's something I want to engage with once we get things started on our end over here. So I want to do a lot of community outreach on AI because there's a lot of misinformation, a lot of misunderstanding, and a lot of misuse of AI. Yeah.
And JR and council members, if I could just chime in on that for just a minute. Erica Olson, CEO of Madison AI, for the record. We also have built into the Madison AI platform the Culver City specific AI policy, so that when anyone is using the tool, it is essentially screening through the AI policy and will let you know that it's in compliance, the response. So that's a really important piece to not only bring that into the work, but then also everything else that's built into the platform. It's closed. It's just Culver City information. There's very clear and good audit trails. The traceability is visual. So. And in addition to that, we'll be working with JR and the team to make sure that the staff is trained on how it works and the logic and what's actually happening behind the scenes. So hopefully that answers some of the questions about the safety and security.
It does. That's great to hear. And I think even more reason why having that policy public so that the community understands there's guardrails and there's, that we have a policy and we have guardrails around this would be reassuring to the public. And if they have concerns, they can reach out to us too. So thank you. Thanks for offering to do that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both. We'll go on to C11. And do you just need to make a comment?
Yeah, I just have a proposed amendment. So this is about our fare free days, and we're staff, and thank you to Dia Turner for her work on this. In the transportation department. So there are 3 fare-free days proposed. And colleagues, I'd like to propose that we extend that 2 more days on our fare-free calendar to Transit Equity Day and Earth Day, February 4th and April 22nd. Fare-free days are opportunities to envision a future where our community investments make everyday life easier for those who need it most. These days are shown to induce more ridership, especially among lower income riders, seniors, and other groups who face cost barriers. And they also introduce transit to first-time or lapsed riders, and they build long-term ridership habits. Revenue loss is always a concern when it comes to fare-free days. They're not free, obviously. They're free for our riders, but not for the city. And understanding that our bus fund dollars are precious. That being said, these events only cost $4,300 each, so asking just for 2 more. And the reason these 2 are important is, they don't just advance the mission of these 2 days, Clean Air Day and, Earth Day and Transit Equity Day, by improving air quality and improving access to mobility, but both of our immediate transit agency neighbors, Metro and Big Blue Bus, observe Earth Day and Transit Equity Day with free fares. I've spoken to our transportation staff, and this felt like a really easy 2 days to just slightly expand to be on par with our neighboring transit agencies to create a continuity of experience in the region. So that's the proposal, and I don't have an exact quote, but but just based on the 3 days that were already shared, I think the top cost was $4,300. So that would be the proposal, colleagues, for those, just to expand to those 2 days.
I'm okay with it. We don't have to have it come back?
No, Vice Mayor Fish had asked me about that before the meeting, and I believe the title is sufficiently broad enough that the public would be aware of fare-free days and so yes, the council can add additional days if it so chooses.
Okay. So that would be a motion. I guess I'll put it in the motion and see if any of my colleagues want to second or.
Does it require a motion or just non-direction?
Yes, you need to adopt the motions in the staff report, and you would just add those additional days to the motion.
Great. I'll second it, or unless.
I'm sorry, Mayor, are we doing just C11 right now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
And it's the addition.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So motion, okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I have added it. Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Fish, a second by Councilmember O'Brien for all 5 of those dates. Please vote. I'm sorry, I didn't notice that Council Member McMorrin is off the dais. Here she comes. We're voting on C11 only. Thank you. All members have voted, and the motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, colleagues. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you. We'll move now to action items.
We need to do the consent calendar?
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Mayor, is it possible, I'm sorry, if you pull C7 and C9 for a separate vote?
Sure. So we'll do C1 through 6, C8, and C9, or excuse me,
C10
C10 through 13.
and 13, because we already did 11 and 12 was pulled.
Oh, thank you.
So it'll be 1 through 6, 8, 10, and 13. We We have a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by Councilmember O'Brien. Please vote. Thank you. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously. And now we'll go to C7.
And Mayor, we can do 7 and 9 together. I agree with much of what's in there. I think it's lacking a really true comprehensive traffic report and study in terms of the impact on neighbors. So we can do 7 and 9 together if you so please.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you.
I can't select it. I scrolled down.
Mayor, while we're doing this,
Oh, here it is.
can I
Okay.
make a request also? That one of the speakers brought up state code or ordinance about removing right-hand turn lanes, and if we can just have follow-up on that. The claim is that it's not allowed, just so that we can know whether or not there's any veracity to that. Thank you.
We do have a motion for C7 and C9. Motion from Councilmember McMorrin, second from Vice Mayor Fish. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes. 4 ayes, 1 nay, nay from Councilmember Vera.
Okay, now we'll move to A1, appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to adopt resolution number 2024-P007, approving conditional use permit modification P 2021-0135 CUP-M, and a Class 32 categorical exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, for the relocation and expansion of an existing Costco fueling station at 13461-13463 Washington Boulevard. May we get a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor Puza and members of the City Council. My name is Michael Cobden, Deputy City Attorney. This item is a continuation of the deliberations arising from the public hearing on an appeal of the Planning Commission's resolution, which approved a CUP modification for a proposed Costco fueling station on Washington Boulevard, and finding that the project qualifies for a Class 32 CEQA exemption. As you recall, the project includes the relocation and expansion of the fueling area at the Costco. The Planning Commission found that the project qualified for an exemption under CEQA regulations for infill projects, otherwise known as the Class 32 exemption. Frank Angel, on behalf of the Sol y Luna Montessori School, appealed that decision, citing potentially significant impacts on air quality and noting the proximity of 2 daycare centers to the proposed project. The council conducted the public hearing, heard arguments from the appellant and the project applicant, and also heard testimony from the public. Following the conclusion of the hearing, the council began deliberations but did not conclude them or take any final action on the proposed resolution. Instead, the council directed staff to consider the evidence presented during the hearing and bring the appeal back for further consideration of an updated resolution that includes or incorporates or otherwise considers that new information. and facts presented at the hearing, including the potential for air quality impacts on nearby sensitive receptors. So, as revised, the proposed resolution attached to the staff report finds that the project would not be exempt from CEQA because the project presents unusual circumstances which may create significant environmental impacts. The unusual circumstances in this case would be the size of the project, which includes a doubling of the existing fueling station, and the placement of that fueling station in close proximity to daycare facilities which serve very young children. The proposed resolution would require the project applicant to conduct full CEQA review and to submit the application to the Planning Commission along with either an initial study or an environmental impact report. The planning staff and the city attorney's office is available for any questions if the council has any.
Great, thank you so much. Any questions from council before we move to public comment? Vice Mayor? Okay, let's see, we have 9 speakers. Let's do 90 seconds each.
Thank you. Our speakers for item A1 are as follows: Eve Rappaport, George Stone, Noah Beller with 1 minute seated by Adam Weiss, Kate Pletcher, Jim Muir, Polly Orrit, Jocelyn Finger, Iyer Juarez, and Jack Galante with 1 minute seated by Mark Galante. Our first speaker is Eve Rappaport.
Hi. Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council. I live on Walnut on the west side of Costco, and I'm just here to support the appeal by, Sully Luna of the Costco gas station relocation and expansion, and encourage the City Council to formally find that the Class 32 categorical exemption does not exempt this project from CEQA. As you know, there are 2 preschools within 300 feet of this proposed site. Leaving the gas station in its current location, to me, is the best location as it impacts the surrounding residential community equally while continue to offer service to Costco members. In the spirit of community health and environmental justice as defined in Culver City's recently adopted general plan, Culver City is committed to identifying disadvantaged communities in the city and addressing the unique and compounded health risks in these communities. Given the finding that the project will have a significant effect on the environment, specifically due to the project's size and proximity to 2 daycare facilities, the community-minded action for the council is to insist that the applicant proceed with CEQA analysis and resubmit the application, including all appropriate environmental analysis, to the Planning Commission for further review and consideration. Honestly, I wish you would just decline moving forward with this project, but I doubt that's going to happen. But anyway, thank you for your consideration. And when you look at the new In-N-Out you're planning, just go to Washington and see the impact of the In-N-Out at Costco, and I think that will change your minds. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is George Stone, followed by Noah Beller.
Mayor, members of the council, I'm going to make it quick. My wife just spoke. She said the majority of what I have to say. I want to add something. In the beginning, which is years ago already when we started dealing with this thing, Costco made a statement. Costco's representatives about the gas station made an important point. They said that they were using a model of the Garden Grove Costco gas station as the model to rebuild the one in Culver City across the street from us. What they failed to note, and I have done the research, that exponentially the amount of traffic that has increased over the years since that particular gas station that they used as a model was built. Year after year, if you look at Google Maps, and if anybody is interested, I can send you screenshots of this, the traffic has increased. Not only has it increased on the street, it's increased in the Costco parking lot to the point that the lines in the gas station occupy the parking spaces now. So as a model to move forward for a gas station in Culver City, it is a terrible model. And as an artist and a designer and an engineer, I look very...
We're sorry. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Noah Beller with 1 minute seated by Adam Bice, followed by Kate Pletcher.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present. I want to quickly acknowledge and shout out to the representatives. A lot of the moms from our preschool are here. They are choosing to be here tonight to represent the interests not only of our community, but their children. So I commend them for being here while their families are at home. So thank you all. I also want to quickly clarify for the record, during the last meeting and also in one of the documents that was submitted to the city, there's a notation that says the Soli Luna preschool is operated out of a single family home without required zoning approvals. I just want to clarify for the record that actually Soli Luna is licensed through the state of California Department of Social Services. The license was made effective in September 2016. We have audits annually and have been in compliance since 2016. We're licensed for a capacity of 14 students. So, but that's not what we're here to discuss this evening. We're here to discuss the staff report and ultimately the Class 32 exemption that the Planning Commission granted. And I just want to quickly read what a Class 32 is. Class 32 exemption, excuse me. The class consists of environmentally benign infill projects by definition. This class is not intended for projects that would result in any significant traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality impacts. So I respectfully ask the council members and vice mayor and mayor, if this project wouldn't qualify, what wouldn't be exempt then? If we're bearing 120,000 gallons of petroleum and it's going to off-gas benzene next to 2 preschools. So I just think it's important to point that out, and then furthermore point out the fact that when the applicant submitted their documents, and what they said at the Planning Commission meeting is that they anticipate 0 additional throughput. So my biggest concern is to ask how you double the capacity of your gas station and anticipate 0 additional throughput. I think that is difficult to reconcile from a common sense standpoint, and there's significant evidence that when you increase capacity, that leads to increased utilization, whether it's when we expand highways and add more lanes, we get more traffic. The same would be very true for expanding capacity at a gas station. It's going to equate to more usage and more utilization, which will drive the benzene even further and the toxins even further. So thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kate Pletcher, followed by Jim Muir.
Hello. I'm a big fan of Costco, just want to remind everyone. Huge fan. I was there today. I'm there every week. I love that sometimes their math is off. Today, pineapples, $3.39. It's impossible. That math makes no sense. Guess what other math doesn't make sense? First page of this report. We're going to go from 8 dispensers with 16 fueling stations to 15 dispensers, 30 fueling positions, and we're not going to, they literally say, the total amount of gasoline being dispersed yearly will not be increased. That makes 0 sense. At a minimum, we got to double check the math here. I mean, I was there today.
We looked at the gas line, we said, this is crazy. No, we're gonna go up to Sinclair on National, my husband and I. You think we're gonna see an empty line with these beautiful new stations and we're gonna skip and not fill up at Costco more often? This is insane. I noticed the 2 times I've been here, your jobs are very, very difficult, and I'm sorry for that. This decision is easy. Make them do the EIR, it's no problem. Just do it if you're, sure of the math. Just do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Muir, followed by Polly Orrit.
Hi, my name is Jim Muir. I'm a direct neighbor to Costco, and this exemption, the 32 exemption, it just needs to be reviewed and done properly. All I see happening with this is noise pollution, air pollution, sound pollution, light pollution. They're going to add lights over there that are on 24 hours a day. And our neighborhood consists of young families and elderly that would be highly impacted by this. And unfortunately, we're just one long block. But if we were one of the neighborhoods on Overland and Jefferson, all the same complaints that you're hearing from them today are the same complaints that we would have. And if any of you lived on our street, you would be on our side of the fence as well, defending what we feel is right and the right way to process this. Excuse me. So I ask you to use logic and make the best decision possible that truly affects the neighbors of Costco. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Polly Orrit, but it looks like she is not in the chamber or online. Our next speaker is Jocelyn Finger, followed by Ire Juarez.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jocelyn Finger. I spoke here at the last meeting as well. I'm one of the moms with children who attended Soli Luna. Last time I spoke, there was a comment from the council that we can't make this decision based on emotional factors. But as a community member, I actually disagree with that. And I want to make an appeal to both emotional factors and science. And what this feels like is by skipping this review, we're putting the needs of automobiles and big corporations ahead of young children. We know that pollution and these chemicals potentially affects the young children's bodies. So why wouldn't we just do the review? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ire Juarez, followed by Jack Galenti.
Hello, my name is Era Juarez, and I live directly across from Costco as well. My husband, Jim Muir, just spoke about the proposed construction and expansion of Costco. Not only do the gas fumes and the additional cars and idling and all of that cause or increase the risk of, health issues for young children and the elderly that live in the neighborhood, but the construction process itself raises serious concerns. By digging up the underground fuel tanks, and contaminated soil can release toxic vapors into the air, while heavy machinery adds diesel exhaust and dust to the neighborhood. And expanding the number of pumps means more vehicles, more idling, and more long-term emissions next to schools and homes. So my question is simple. Is placing a large fuel facility next to a preschool and long-time residents truly the kind of development this community wants to prioritize? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galenti, with 1 minute seated by Mark Galenti, followed by Dale Goldsmith.
Hello. You guys know me, so I can skip the intro. So my thing is, we're running out of money in Culver City, right? We're like at a budget deficit. My thing is, I do believe this project should continue and should progress, as this project will increase revenue to the city. It's well known that Costco is one of our major tax hubs generates our tax dollars in Culver City. So I do support this project continuing, but I do have reservations, and I hope that the city can instruct Costco to do the proper EIR. But if that EIR ends up killing the project, it will be a detriment to the city and a huge loss of expanded tax dollars that our city desperately needs right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dale Goldsmith, followed by Cassandra Vo.
Good evening, honorable council members. Excuse me, I'm Dale Goldsmith with the AGD Law Firm representing Costco. Costco has been operating in Culver City as a good corporate citizen since 1999. The warehouse and fuel facility generates significant sales tax revenues to the city and provides over 500 well-paying jobs. Costco relies on prominent technical experts to determine where to site fuel facilities to ensure that the facilities do not result in significant health risks to anybody, especially children. The proposed location here has been chosen based on an extensive expert analysis using the best modeling and the most current methodologies. This analysis, which was independently reviewed by city staff as well as the city's outside experts, showed that the project will not result in any significant health risks or other risks. Preparing an EIR would not result in any different conclusions or provide any new meaningful information. It would only place an additional burden on staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our final speaker for item A1 is Cassandra Vo.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Cassandra Vo, counsel for Soli Luna Montessori School and from Angel Law. Tonight, we're here to strongly support the staff recommendation requiring CEQA review in order to ensure that Costco goes through the proper environmental processes. That being said, we are very worried that the draft resolution won't be effective unless the City Council amends it to also overturn the approval of the CUP modification, but this is something that the city can then redecide after CEQA review is done. Multiple California Supreme Court cases and sections of CEQA require that agencies analyze environmental impacts before it approves the project. The whole point of CEQA is that decision makers have to evaluate possible significant effects, consider the feasible alternatives and mitigation measures, and then make their decision to approve or disapprove a project based on all of the info in front of them. Not only does this make sure that projects incorporate environmental considerations in their design and planning phases as early as possible, but it also guarantees that the public understands exactly how cities and other agencies arrive at their decision. Otherwise, the city risks wasting its time and resources on environmental review to justify a decision that has already been made. In the future, if CEQA studies show that this project does have potentially significant environmental impacts, the city's hands will be tied. The project will still be able to move forward exactly as it was originally proposed and approved by the Commission in 2024. This is an outcome that our courts have directly rejected time and time again. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for this item.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to comments from council members. We'll start with Council Member Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the speakers coming out and really speaking from the heart on this. I'm going to take a line from Mr. Stone, one of our speakers, and I'm going to make this quick. I think in terms of how I want to move forward, I'm going to actually side with staff's recommendation in terms of being unusual circumstance. due to size and proximity to sensitive receptors. And Mr. Goldsmith, I think it's well worth the additional burden on staff to really make sure that we get this right. I appreciate your guys' position on this, but I think we have a duty as well to the community and to our children. So that being said, those are my remarks, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, and thank you to all the speakers. I don't have much more to say other than repeating what I said the first time, and I lean on staff. This is out of my expertise, and I appreciate the city attorney's office for reviewing it and seeing that these unusual circumstances raise the potential concerns. So with that, I will go with the staff's recommendation.
Councilmember McMorrin, thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate all of the community engagement on this matter. I think it's something that is of immense, concern. I also want to rely on what staff has lifted up in terms of the exemption. And I'm hopeful that given Costco's longstanding partnership with our community, we'll be able to find a path forward in some way. But I do think it is important to ensure that everyone has all of the information and we're able to move forward knowing that all the questions that folks have are answered. So I want to make sure that that information is gone through the full process. So definitely appreciate everyone coming out and the comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. Echoing some similar sentiments, but we're being asked about the need to evaluate an EIR, and appreciate staff, coming back and sharing that there's, an exception to this Class 32 exemption. It's a mouthful, but there's an exception to the Class 32 exemption for unusual circumstances. And those circumstances being, this would be the largest gas station, I believe, in the city. It would be about 200 feet from a preschool and a daycare. So just to reiterate, I think what Mr. Beller was saying, if this project doesn't fit the criteria of unusual circumstances, it's hard to imagine what would. And so, in addition to that, the major increase in fueling doesn't really appear to be consistent with the goals of our general plan. So I think this is exactly the type of project that CEQA was designed for, that the process was designed to give us objective analysis so that we can evaluate it. And that's exactly what we're asking for tonight. So I appreciate, Costco being a good community partner over the years. Appreciate all the community members who came to speak to make sure that our children are protected. There's really no more important job we have as council members than to protect our kids and families. So I feel pretty good about the direction we're taking tonight and just appreciate all the engagement on it. Thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Thank you to all the public comments, to the applicant, to the appellant, and thank you to Deputy City Attorney Cobden for the staff report. Yep, I will just make it even shorter than Councilmember Vera in support of the staff's recommendation.
I have a motion from Councilmember O'Brien, waiting for a second. I have a second from Councilmember McMorrin to adopt a resolution granting the appeal in part, reversing the Planning Commission's adoption of Resolution number 2024-P007 to the extent that it found the project exempt under CEQA. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
All right, and A2 was pulled from the agenda, so we will go on to A3, approval of amendment to the city manager executive employment agreement. And I'll turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of City Council. Dana Anderson, Chief Human Resources Officer, here with Assistant City Manager Lisa Soger. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953C3, staff is providing an oral summary of the compensation recommendation for the City Manager Executive Employment Agreement prior to Council taking final action. The proposed amendment includes 3 compensation-related changes. First, temporary housing assistant would increase starting in March from $5,000 to $6,500 per month and extend from 9 months to 12 months or until the purchase of a permanent residence. Second, the residency incentive benchmark would be updated to reflect current housing market conditions by allowing financing of up to 90% of a home purchase price up to $2.8 million. Third, the amendment provides a one-time allocation of 80 hours of vacation leave in calendar year 2026. The estimated additional fiscal impact is up to approximately $28,500 for housing assistance and approximately $14,231 for the one-time vacation allocation. Staff recommends that the City Council approve the amendment and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement. Thank you, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you for the staff report. Are there any questions? Actually, it looks like there's no public comment. Okay, we'll go to comments from council. Councilmember Rivera.
Just a quick question for Dana, and I asked this before, but just so the public knows, this is something that has been done before in the past. It's not anything that we're just recreating or creating now, correct? In terms of vacation leave and things like that?
Yes, that is correct. That is a provision that we have done before, in which there was an allotment to allow these provisions for reconsideration post the hiring of the city manager. But yes, this has been done with other staff as well.
All right, thank you. No other questions from me, Mayor. Thanks.
All right, and comments as well.
So in terms of the total impact on our budget, what total are we looking at, and is any of that money coming back to us from Mr. Jones?
So the total impact is, I think as Dana mentioned, $28,500 would be for the rental assistance, and $14,231 would be for the vacation leave. That wouldn't be coming back. The other item on this, however, is the loan, which is a change based on, the previous amount was based on the prior city manager's loan agreement, which was, again, at a time when housing prices were much lower, and the loan would be paid back on terms that with interest based on LAIF, I think plus a half basis point. So that, the intent of that is that that would come back completely.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. No other really questions now, but I appreciate it. I just, I'm concerned moving forward about overall morale and staff, or our employees' concerns, and really a perception and how this looks. I understand why we're doing this. I just want to make sure that for our employees and staff's employees, really, that we are listening. I know several issues or concerns have been brought forward to me. I think at this moment, would it make any sense? I'm sorry, I thought no more questions. Any sense to wait until, in terms of budgeting and whatnot, and how our financial status is. It really doesn't take a big hit to our overall budget, but would it make any sense to wait until we get our budget back and that we have a balanced budget, or is it, in your opinion, fine to move forward with this?
The bulk of the cost would be in the next fiscal year, and it's minimal. I don't know that the timing makes any difference.
All right, thank you. So I just, just echoing those remarks again that I said in terms of being mindful moving forward, and I know morale is a huge sort of, I think, component, and we want to make sure that our employees overall are being heard. And I know this sort of fits in. It doesn't fit in, but it does fit in terms of how some feel that maybe their voices haven't been heard in the past, and I hope you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Jones. I support this moving forward. I just want to make sure that we are mindful of our employees and how we proceed forward. Thank you. That's it, man.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
No questions, and, just kind of, I wasn't expecting to say anything, but responding to Councilmember Rivera's, I think we should always, look to have competitive salaries across the board, including our city manager and our directors, and I think that's part of the process we're going through here right now. So yeah, we should definitely be sure that we make the same effort with all of our staff from top to bottom. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
No further comments in the interest of time. It just shows also how housing costs have skyrocketed enough that it's also impacting our city manager, and that's another aspect of this. But no further comments and support the changes made. Thanks.
Great. Thanks again for the report, and I am also in agreement to support this as well. So can I get a motion to approve amendment to the city manager executive employment agreement and authorize the mayor to execute the amendment?
I was overridden.
Councilmember McMorrin, did you have any additional comments? Okay, thank you.
We have a motion by Councilmember O'Brien, a second by Councilmember McMorrin. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's move on to A4. Discussion regarding potential code amendments to regulate sober living homes and direction as deemed appropriate. And I will turn it over to staff for a report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Pierre Chaco, Senior Planner with Current Planning. And agenda item A4 is focused on sober living homes. I'm also joined here by Marian Aspness, Enforcement Services Manager, and Emily Stagnetti, Current Planning Manager, as well as Michael Cobden, Assistant City Attorney, are also available to answer questions. We're here tonight because a group of residents has raised concerns about concentration of sober living homes in their neighborhood and how it has affected adjacent residents. Staff will provide an overview of the issues surrounding sober living homes and will seek council's direction. What are sober living homes? Although this use is not defined in our code, We generally understand it to be group homes for people recovering from alcohol or drug addiction who meet the legal definition of disabled. Sober living homes may or may not include on-site services, such as counseling, and they typically tend to be short-term, tied to a treatment plan covered by insurance. Sober living homes without on-site services are typically categorized as supportive housing in Culver City and are treated like any other residential use. They are allowed by right in residential and mixed-use zoning, regardless of the number of residents. Presence of on-site services trigger classification as a residential care facility and are licensed by the state. Residential care facilities with 6 or fewer residents are also allowed by right in residential and mixed-use zoning. However, those with 7 or more residents require a CUP. Federal and state fair housing and employment laws generally prevent city zoning from discriminating against people with disabilities. Additionally, California's Lanham Act specifically requires cities to treat residential care facilities with 6 or fewer residents like any other residential use. The city has identified 12 group homes with on-site services within city limits based on business licenses. Note that this list is not limited to sober living homes, neither does it necessarily include all sober living homes for the reasons stated on the slide. It's worth noting that there are physical concentrations of these uses in 2 locations in the city. Our records show that annual service calls in 2025 varied greatly among these uses. It's also worth noting that the volume and severity of these calls seem to correlate with use concentrations. Code compliance has faced enforcement challenges that point to the need for more code clarity, particularly related to on-site services. We've surveyed 5 cities, including Los Angeles, and received responses from 4 of these cities, which are summarized here. Most treat sober living similarly to Culver City. It's also worth noting that among the 4 cities that responded, only Santa Monica is contemplating code amendments at this time. The Costa Mesa ordinance has been touted as a model. Costa Mesa introduced new regulations for sober living homes in 2015, as noted on this slide, and also required existing uses to come into compliance within 1 year. The ordinance was challenged, but it was upheld by the courts. The key takeaway from Costa Mesa's approach is that they created more restrictive regulations for boarding houses relative to sober living homes. However, Culver City's situation is a little different. Which brings us to the key policy issues for you to consider. Firstly, emulating the Costa Mesa approach with more restrictive boarding house regulations would have significant impact on existing affordable housing in the city. More restrictive regulations for sober living homes may impact approval of future city housing elements by the Housing and Community Development Department, state level. Clarification of land use definitions, particularly related to on-site services, may be helpful for code enforcement. Our service call volumes and severity seem to correlate with use concentration. However, in our situation, introducing spacing requirements comes with risk of legal challenge. Code enforcement faces challenges in situations with adjoining uses. However, in our situation, again, creating a special approval process, such as a CUP, comes with risk of legal challenge. If we do adopt new regulations, we would need to consider compliance timeframes and how this would impact existing uses. Lastly, state-level advocacy may be warranted, given that state controls licensing. It's worth noting that several recent state bills were approved and several are now under consideration related to greater transparency and accountability for these uses, as well as the state regulating agency. That concludes my presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much. For the report, are there any questions from colleagues before we go to public comment?
I had one. If you could just go back to the slide that shows the distinction between the two. Oh, sorry. Oops. If you could just, thank you for the presentation. If you could just go back to the slide showing the distinction between the two types of facilities, that was really helpful. Just wanted to review it again. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Rivera? Yes, Councilmember O'Brien.
Pierre, thank you for your presentation. And I have to jokingly ask, your Pierre City review, does that mean you did it? Joking.
Yeah, I was involved.
Okay. I like how you named it. So, well, on this page, and from what I heard from you, supportive housing is allowed by right regardless of the number of residents within the unit or within the structure?
That's correct.
Okay. That's per our current code?
Yes.
Okay. Wow. And then you broke down the number of calls. There were 3 with, thank you. The 6 locations that had the 20 plus, is one operator responsible for most of those?
Yes, the largest number of service calls was associated with Project Home Key.
Right, but then there's another 5 locations.
Correct. But if you look at the top of the slide, the range shows 0 to 129. 129 was associated with Project Home Key. The others were significantly less, but more than 20, and therefore compared to the first 2 bullets, they had a greater preponderance of calls.
Right, and those were, I mean, and Home Key, well, I mean, I doubt we have this breakdown here, but the calls to Home Key, I think, were predominantly called in from within the calls came from Home Key, whereas the other locations came from the neighborhood, because these are located within a neighborhood, within a residential neighborhood.
I don't have the information with regard to the source of the calls, but I would say that there's probably some reasonable basis to what you said.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin. Okay, let's go to public comment. 60 seconds each.
Thank you. Our speakers are Ben Huber, Noah Clark, Christine Capel, Joseph Rogers, and Ann Myers. Our first speaker is Ben Huber.
And Mary, you said 90 seconds or 60? 60?
I'm sorry, 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
Apologies.
Thank you, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for all that you do. We appreciate it. My name is Ben Huber. I run the Neighborhood Watch program in the neighborhood in question here. I'm here with a few neighbors to discuss the overconcentration of for-profit sober living facilities. I want to be clear right up front, and this is very meaningful to me. Our concerns are not directed at the residents of these facilities or their staff. Those folks need compassion, and that's not what brings us here. What brings us here is just the density. This is not just one facility with a few semi-permanent residents that we may get a chance to know. This company, a single company and a single landlord, is essentially using our neighborhood as a sober living campus. We have 6 fairly large facilities with a good amount of occupancy, 3 more on the way. Most of the tenants, and I challenged the report a little bit, most of the tenants are from out of state, mostly the deep south, brought here from insurance. It's a revolving door with constant turnover. We've even had some folks leave the facilities and were found in encampments nearby our neighborhood, 2 different encampments. The problems with the for-profit sober living industry are well documented. Culver City is great because we can hold 2 things in one hand. We can support the vulnerable and also our longtime and more permanent residents. This is an issue, and I sincerely ask you to take a further look. It is an issue widespread in California and Los Angeles as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Noah Clark, followed by Christine Capel.
Before I start, I thought we were going to have 3 minutes, so I'm going to truncate here, do my best. All right, ready? Here we go. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Noah Clark, and I live in the Clarkdale neighborhood. It wasn't named after me. First, I want to say that one thing clearly, our neighborhood supports recovery. This issue tonight, however, is not about debating recovery. It's about setting simple and sensible density guidelines so that our Culver City neighborhoods are not overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by excessive clustering, overwhelmed by safety impacts that come with unmanaged density, and most importantly, that Culver City residents are not overwhelmed by sudden changes to the feel of the neighborhoods we all love. Unfortunately, the neighborhood I live in is one of these areas. I live on Huntley Avenue, and there are currently 6 of these facilities within 4 blocks of my house. 2 that are in Culver City are within 50 feet apart, and I definitely have more than 6 people. We're talking 10, 20, 25 people in a single-family home. Our neighbors are ready for a change. In speaking with our neighbors and listening to their concerns, we collected hundreds of signatures. That lady before had that cool, like, fold-down thing. I should have done that. That's a lot of pageantry. It was cool. But that level of engagement shows how strongly our community cares about maintaining the safety and character of the neighborhoods we live in. As you heard, Costa Mesa adopted simple spacing guidelines. The Cliff Notes are 650 feet apart between smaller facilities and 1,000 feet between larger. So, for reference, that's like Tanner's to 7-Eleven. That's all we're asking for. We're simply asking Culver City to explore reasonable policies that support recovery while preventing unsafe concentrations and dramatic neighborhood changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Capel. Probably saying your name wrong. You can state it for the record. Followed by Joseph Rogers.
Good evening. My name is Christine Capel. I'm here to speak on Action on 8.4. I've lived in Culver for about 10 years. I have 2 kids in the Culver City schools. My residence is near Sepulveda and Culver in close proximity to 2 sober living homes on Braddock. Well, he's not here, but Vice Mayor Fish had said earlier tonight, nothing's more important than to protect our kids and families, and that's what I think the City Council needs to do. The amending the city code to regulate and separate these sober living facilities is not going to be an extensive or costly endeavor. It has already been done and upheld by state law in the Ninth Circuit. Costa Mesa issued these regulations, which Mr. Noah Clark spoke to, and that case went up to the Ninth Circuit and was upheld in December of 2024. The Ninth Circuit determined that the city acted for legitimate zoning purposes, such as preventing over-concentration of group homes, and the rules did not discriminate on their face against disabled people. Costa Mesa issued these regulations because the sober living homes created problems like overcrowding, trash, noise, and neighborhood institutionalization, which is happening right now here in Culver City in our neighborhood. The city needs to act now before there are more issues, which will be far more costly than just making amendments to the code and really working on the density issue. I imagine if there were a block of homes in Carlson or Vetz or Lindbergh Park with multiple sober living facilities, there would be many more neighbors out here asking for change. The fiscal analysis in your action item talked about the cost to amend a code. That's just lawyer fees. I know you can do it, so please consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph Rogers, followed by Ann Myers.
Hi, good evening. My name is Reverend Joseph Rogers. I live in Culver City.
And I work as a healthcare chaplain at a level 2 trauma center here in Los Angeles. I've also worked in recovery for the last 20 years and have been sober for 28 years. SAMHSA, which is the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, recommends that for sober livings to work, they need to be small and they need to be well-staffed and they need to be integrated into the community. But unfortunately, what's happened is big companies have taken advantage of the lack of regulation to concentrate and allow them to body broker, to literally go around the country searching on Facebook, looking for vulnerable people who really need help. People that I care about, people that I work about, people that I see every day in the hospital who get kicked to the curb when their insurance runs out and have serious health issues, concerns with homelessness. I think the kind thing to do is to put rules in there that support these folks without supporting companies that are taking advantage of them. And I think this is a really easy way to do this, an easy way to show that we care, but care about the people who need help, while also making sure that we're not encouraging more homelessness. I heard earlier in the evening that we're doing a lot to end homelessness in this city. This is actually something that's increasing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker for item A4 is Ann Myers.
Hi, my name is Ann Myers, and I live in Culver City and near 2 sober living houses. I'm a retired teacher and have lived here since 1984. I've seen a lot of changes in our tight-knit neighborhood, such as the 405 expansion, housing changes, and homeless encampments nearby, but none of those have changed the makeup and feel of our neighborhood more than the sober houses and the increasing problems related to them. I'm not against the sober houses, and I wish they would do what they say they're going to do, but here are some of the problems that have occurred in our neighborhood. Sober house residents stashing drugs in the bushes, frequent drug deals in plain sight. A woman was snorting something off the bumper of a scooter, and that scooter was a frequent visitor to multiple sober houses in the neighborhood. Throwing a roach onto the street, resulting in a neighbor's dog eating it, requiring an expensive emergency vet visit to save its life. 4 residents were hiding behind a bush, smoking in our driveway so they couldn't be seen by the house manager. Large, loud groups walking down the middle of our street, taking turns passing joints, loitering in the cul-de-sac, sometimes 6 to 8 times a day. Our delightful block has turned into a frat house. And I don't blame the kids. They come and they go, and they come from different states, but they're not being dealt properly by these homes. There have been hostile confrontations and violence between house residents and even neighbors. And once they leave the home, they go onto the streets, some of them. Please consider the codes from other cities and take a look at our problem here in Culver City, which we love.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Great. Thank you so much. We'll go to comments from council members, and starting with Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all the speakers who really came out. And Reverend Rogers, thank you for speaking and sharing your journey of sobriety. As being somebody who can speak firsthand on sober living houses, being through one myself, I know the importance of tranquility. I know the importance of rules and regulations. And to truly get sober and really maintain that lifestyle, you can't live in chaos. It just doesn't work. I think sobriety and chaos with drugs and alcohol being present, it's just not a good combination at all. I hate the fact that, unfortunately, and the way the system is that people are making money off of this, and they don't, in my opinion, really care about sobriety. They just care about how much they can rake in. And that's something that I don't think as a community, I don't think as somebody gone through that program, it does nobody justice other than the person accepting the money. That being said, really dwindle it down and keep it as short as possible. I think we should really do everything and anything to create the most restrictive, sort of like Costa Mesa did, ordinances that really promotes well-being, community health, and sobriety. So I'm not opposed to going and looking after something like Costa Mesa's ordinance, will really show the community that we care. We show the sober community that we care for their journey, because it is a journey. You can't live like that. You can't go outside and do drugs and then, come back inside and expect that not to to work its way through the house, because it doesn't. It does spread. So that being said, the most restrictive ordinances that we can possibly put in place, really let's show both communities that we care. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the community members who spoke. I've met with a few of you in person. I've gotten a much more deeper understanding of the challenges that you're faced with. I hope all my colleagues had the time to get a deeper understanding as well. This one operator in particular, but even if it's not the operator who's doing a bad job, the density of these houses in such a concentrated part of town is not fair to the community that's there. But the way that these folks are being brought in is through predatory marketing practices. They literally have a brochure of people doing yoga on the beach, come to California. And this is verified. They bring them here to sunny California, and then they pack them in 20 to 30 into a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home with 1,500 square feet, like most of the homes in Culver City, or at least the way they used to be. That's clearly not a healthy or safe environment. We need to deal with that. Taking words from Mr. Rogers, Reverend Rogers, I'll do that. They're body brokering vulnerable people. They're luring people here to collect insurance money and then packing them in like sardines into small Culver City homes, all concentrated into one place. And many of these people, not a few, but many, and this is confirmed by staff, are being pushed out onto the streets, and they become a part of our homeless count. So that's not fair to them. That's not fair to the neighbors where all of these houses are concentrated. What Costa Mesa has done has gone up to the 9th District and has been sustained. And I think we should look at that, clearly look at, the houses that work, and model a ordinance that makes sense. But primarily focusing on the density. I like the 650 feet to 1,000 feet, depending upon the size. But also, how these homes are managed needs to be explored. And, it's time consuming to enforce. But as we learned in the last meeting, enforcement is almost entirely done by calls of complaints. And the neighbors have made many calls. So we just don't have the laws on the books to enforce what needs to be enforced. So I'm in favor of moving forward with exploring something similar to what Costa Mesa has done. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Appreciate the staff report and community members coming out, sharing their concerns. I do have a couple of questions, and I don't know, I see Director Munzer in the crowd. I have a question about the intention behind the by right authorization for these type of facilities. and what the intention was behind that with the update in the general plan, or was that always the case? Sorry. Thank you for being here. At least it's not so late.
Hi, council member.
Hello.
So is the question, Mark Munzer, Planning and Development Director. So is the question, did these two uses carry over to the new zoning
Correct.
code and general plan?
Correct.
I'm going to refer to my friend Pierre.
Yes, Councilmember, as I mentioned. Thank you. As I mentioned, these uses are typically classified either as supportive housing or residential care facilities.
From the slide that the Vice
Correct.
Mayor asked.
Yes, and our current ordinance, guided largely by state and federal law, is very permissive towards these types of uses, treating them largely like single-family uses, like any other single-family use. So they were largely unaffected by the change.
So was the policy before we updated the general plan?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And do we know why? Why we're treating them the same?
Thus far, it's been largely guided by our interpretation of
Of the
state and
state
federal
law,
law.
okay.
Yes.
If I may,
add there.
Councilmember McMorrin, this is Deputy City Attorney Michael Cobden again.
Oh, hey, I didn't know you were. Hello.
Still here. I'll walk up when I leave. But it's both state and federal law that require us to essentially treat these types of residences the same as other residences. So the rationale essentially is that we can't discriminate against individuals because of their disability, and so therefore a group of people living together for purposes of getting sober must be treated essentially the same way that a group of people who are just living together would be treated.
Gotcha. That's what I thought the intention was, but I appreciate you stating that clearly. And thanks for still being on. I hope you feel better. Okay. So thank everyone. Thanks to staff for clarifying that. And I heard some, and I know that in the beginning of your presentation, and again, thank you for that, there was some data around the numbers of sites that have been identified. There was the number of calls from 2025, which I think was 125, but some of those were concentrated in some areas. I did take some notes. But at any rate, in some of the comments, it was lifted up that 20 to 30 folks are living in the homes. Is that correct? I didn't remember that from your data, so I just wanted to make sure that we're all operating from the same toolbox of information.
Once again, if I go back to that distinction between supportive housing versus residential care facilities, if a sober living home does not have on-site services, which is sometimes the case, then they are not issued any licenses. There's no requirement for any state license, and they're treated as a supportive housing use, and they're permitted by right anywhere like any other residential use, regardless of the number of residents living there. So typically what happens, and I think Marianne might want to jump in here, in those types of situations, the city's awareness is driven by complaints, and when there's a complaint, code enforcement staff then goes out and checks into it. Marianne, if you'd like to add any?
Sure. Yes. So on these particular homes in questions, enforcement services did do an investigation, and we did not find that many people living in those homes, although there was a high concentration, 15 in one and 13 in the other. It wasn't exceeding the limits that the city sets for the supportive housing. One of the challenges that we face is determining if it's supportive housing or if it's an actual care facility. And the way we look at that is the services on site. So if they're providing detox services, if they're providing counseling, other things that the state would also limit or distinguish as a care facility, But it's difficult when we go on an announced visit to actually to see if those services are there. So we're looking for the rooms and the number of beds, and then what they tell us are the number of people living there. But from our investigation, it is below the limit for a care facility and would be supportive housing.
Okay. So the threshold is the number of people? That's the distinction, or the services?
The services.
Okay. And we know that from the licenses that they file or do not file with the state?
Correct.
And the complaints?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And I think this is nope, I have two more. Please bear with me. I know we're all trying to get out of here sooner than later. So I did see that there was the lift up of PD data or the calls, and there was. Could we bring that slide back up for the? I'm sorry, City Clerk. And while you're doing that, so we can maximize our time, there was another from community members saying that there was a clear pipeline from folks who are living in these homes into onto the street. Do we see that as something that's turning up in our data? I know we just did a report out on the homelessness count. Are we seeing that connection between these sites and homelessness?
Anecdotally, yes, MCT is talking to people on the street who have said that they've been let go of those facilities. But what the facility owners are saying is that if someone no longer is in treatment, they've chosen to leave their treatment, they're not allowed to stay at the home. So then they must vacate because they're no longer in their treatment program. Only the treatment program is paid by insurance. Individuals themselves pay for their housing. So if they're still in treatment and they want to go back to their home state, then the agency will assist them with that. But the caveat is they must be in their off-site treatment program.
Okay. And do we know about, since we do have more data available to us now, do we know about the percentage, excuse me, that's showing up from these sites into our homelessness numbers? We don't know?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay, here we go. So we only have data from last year, correct? Okay. Because I would be curious if this was a high inflection point or is this normal? And the type of calls are the welfare and disturbance, and we don't have a lot of dead bodies, so that must have been a one-off.
So this slide actually just gives a highlight of the general pattern rather than bringing up individual locations, which we didn't feel would be appropriate at this stage.
Okay.
But I think what we can say in general from this data is that there was definitely a correlation between the severity as well as the volume of calls in the concentrated areas where they exist. And I know in my previous answer I mentioned Project Homekey, but there are other concentrations with private facilities, and those facilities definitely showed a greater volume and greater severity of calls.
I know.
If I could add to that. I'm sorry if I could add to that.
No, please.
The calls that you're seeing up there are mostly to police and fire calls. The reason code enforcement gets involved is because once there's a high density, it sort of triggers if this is now a nuisance property. And then if we can determine that the property has become a public nuisance based off of the number of all these different calls that come in. So most of those that you're seeing are actually not to code enforcement, they're to police and fire.
Okay. So and this is probably not, but I know that police lift up getting, I don't know, like 50,000 calls a year or something like that. I think the last time we got a report, it's like a really, really high number. I did ask for more data on those calls. We haven't gotten it just yet. But So I'm often very curious where the calls are coming from and the areas. So we don't have that just yet, although I do appreciate that the 2025 data was released, I think, earlier this month. So it's on the website in case folks are curious. But I didn't know, it was hard for me to ascertain whether this was high or not, especially knowing that the volume of calls that PD receives, but it sounds like staff is asserting that this is high in comparison to other areas, because it's hard for me to gauge. And it sounds like community members think it's high, but I don't have any way to tell. Just being transparent.
There's a concentration of two particular areas in the city where the calls seem to be higher. And in those two areas, there are two homes adjacent to each other in Culver City in both locations. And so because there's two right across the street and then four right next to each other, two duplexes next to each other, it's a much more dense area. And so the volumes are more because there are more dwellings there.
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying, yes, it's an increased amount. Okay. I'm not trying to trick y'all, I'm just trying to understand the information that's being presented. Okay, that was the last few. Thank you so much, City Clerk. Sorry to further complicate what you got going on over there. Okay, so with that, I appreciate that we understand the intention was to not discriminate on folks based on disability, which is why we sort of grandfathered in or did not change the distinction in our recent general plan process. I don't want to say we defer, but we look to the state for the licenses, whether it's residential or sober, and then there's more investigation about the type of services based on complaint or things that are happening for us to get more information about number of people, what's going on, and things of that nature. Did I hear that right? And please correct me if I have any of this wrong.
I think you summarized it fairly well.
Okay, I'm trying to reflect back the work that y'all are doing. So, okay, gotcha. So we do have some higher than normal folks being in the space, but it seems like the highest that city staff is aware of is about 15 folks in one site as a high inflection point in terms of what we know about or that we have information on.
There, on the one location where it's two duplexes next to each other, they do have 6 per dwelling unit, so there would be a concentration of 24, but in 4 different dwelling units.
Okay. So 24 is the highest?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to correct that. 24 in 6 dwelling units? 4 dwelling units?
4 dwelling units.
Thank you. Okay, great. Okay, I think that's helpful because I think particularly for the public, I don't know if folks watch these meetings back or maybe they're at home. For folks that are directly impacted, I guess they see it differently, and I think it's important for us to, my concern is always creating policy overcorrection in our policy, and I do really want to center not wanting to discriminate. I think that we have to be very careful with zoning and housing policy to not have harmful outcomes in that way. So with that being said, I am interested in seeing if we can get a bit more data on the level of information maybe for the past 3 years, if that could be something that and also that it's just something that we continue to track as we move forward. So it could just be an information piece that we have or that we are able to report back to the community around the call data so we can continue to monitor. I would be cautious about going as far as adopting Costa Mesa, but that's just me. I did hear that we do have some interest in moving in that direction. So just want to share that I am not there just yet. I am curious as to and I guess I would defer to staff on this in terms of what could be a middle option or something that begins to address the concern of Culver City potentially being targeted by operators who have been painted in this meeting as not having the interest of this particular community at heart. So I'm curious as to what, I don't want to go so far, but what is something that would work, sort of a middle or a plan in the middle? So I guess I would kind of defer to staff as what that could potentially look like, but I do have a concern of overcorrection here. Again, wanting to be sensitive to the experience of community members for sure, but also want to make sure that we're watching and again, not overcorrecting to eliminate. I don't know, City Attorney, if you were trying to say something because I can't see you, but, oh, okay. So that's where I'm landing right now, and I don't know if staff has anything ready, but those are my thoughts right now. Okay, and I defer back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you to the folks who came out to share their issues, and I completely understand, some of the stories that you all are telling are definitely serious problems, and I definitely empathize with, when you're seeing disturbing things in the neighborhood or issues and behavior that makes you feel unsafe, that can be unsettling. And I want us to do what we can do here. I think my concern is, one, similar to what Councilmember McMorrin shared, was just, potential overcorrection of the issue, and she articulated that well, so I won't go into that. But that my second issue here is just some of the legal issues that were brought forth in the staff report. So regarding the Costa Mesa ordinance, my understanding is they essentially had an outright ban, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, but then their ordinance was more permissive to sober living facilities than what they had previously, and that's one reason it was upheld by the Ninth Circuit. Is that an accurate representation?
Councilmember Fish, if I may, again, Deputy City Attorney Michael Cobden, I can directly answer, yes, Costa Mesa's zoning code basically prohibited group home situations that weren't involving sober living in general, and then allowed an option for sober living homes that is not available if you aren't operating a sober living home. I'm not sure if that's clear, but groups of individuals of 6 or more were not permitted in general. Boarding houses, I think they called them. And so the court's analysis, as you pointed out, did focus on the fact that group homes were allowed, and so therefore it couldn't discriminate against them because they had options that other groups and organizations did not have. So that is actually one reason why we wouldn't be able to simply adopt the Costa Mesa option as written, because our code doesn't mirror Costa Mesa's code in all respects that would be relevant. We would have to take a different approach, but the guiding principle of avoiding discrimination would still be helpful to us in drafting our own regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Cogden. Yeah, I'm curious because my concern is HCD, frankly, and we're in the next meeting, I believe we're going to discuss a pro-housing incentive program application that's going to hopefully bring the city a significant amount of funding. I think $750,000 a year for renters protections. The very things that we need to keep people from becoming homeless in the first place. Those types of programs will be funded by the this pro-housing incentive program. And I'm concerned because I was made aware that HCD sent a letter after Costa Mesa adopted this resolution, basically requiring them to stop enforcement. Was that letter what kicked off the case that eventually went to the Ninth Circuit? Was the Ninth Circuit responding to HCD saying you can't have this ordinance?
No, one of the operators in Costa Mesa sued the city.
So it's unrelated to the HCD?
The Ohio House, I think they were called. And so I'm not going to say it's unrelated, but the case was initiated by an operator within the city suing the city. There are other incidents of litigation involving the ordinance that preceded this Ninth Circuit decision, but this is the one that was significant to our discussion here. And just to touch on the HCD concern, I think we would definitely be concerned about HCD's approach and how they would view regulation. So that's something we would certainly want to keep in mind. I think at this point, our office and staff are interested in what types of revisions the council would want us to pursue, and we would come back with a few options that might meet the concerns the council raises. But HCD review would definitely be high on the list of things we would want to be considering when drafting that.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I mean, just to read a quick excerpt from this, it says, and staff can corroborate this, but this is from November 29, 2023, and HCD finds that the city's group home ordinances referring to Costa Mesa and related policies violate, and then it cites government code, by failing to meet the city's obligations to affirmatively further protect and remove constraints on housing for persons with disabilities, and also by discriminating against this housing. To comply with state law, the city must, among other things, immediately stop enforcing its group home ordinances, repeal them, and revise its reasonable accommodations policies. So I am really understanding that not all of these operators are acting in good faith. That seems to be a real serious problem, that they might be doing exactly what our community members are talking about and saying they're doing, which I believe is happening, and that fixing this in zoning might be really challenging legally, is what I'm seeing. And I read through the staff report, and pretty much every zoning suggestion was met with this could pose some serious legal challenge. And I just don't want us in a position where we're putting those dollars, those pro-housing incentive program dollars, and other things that we have with HCD, our housing element, compliance, everything at risk. So I want to find, kind of echoing what Councilmember McMorrin was sharing, if there's a middle ground here, I would love to find it. If there's something that's a legal avenue, I would love to find it. I'm curious, were all of the calls to Culver City Police, CCPD, or were some of them to our mobile crisis team or other services, or Exodus, or were all of those calls for service police?
Not all police. There were some to fire as well.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. And I'm just curious, like, if, part of this could be education, where we're sharing the mobile crisis team hotline with our community and saying, please do call this number. Some of the issues, of course, sounded more police related, but some of them sounded like when you see someone who's in crisis, who needs, service, that we need folks to understand that number exists and that hotline and that service exists. And now they're going to be patrolling 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, pretty soon here. So I'm wondering if there's, if there's more education and outreach that can be done. And if that mobile crisis team can actually be more targeted in the approach in this neighborhood and actually be there on the ground. I know they're already working hard. If there's any way that, I don't know how much they've been made aware of this, and if that's something that they're already dealing with, but I would just be curious about that. And yeah, I would love to know from staff. There was a suggestion in the staff report of existing land use definitions in the municipal code do not provide clarity regarding the nature of permitted on-site services and their operational characteristics. Clear definition of on-site services in a manner consistent with state licensing requirements may be helpful. Mr. Cogden, could you just help me understand what that means in terms of clarity on the nature of permitted on-site services? How could that help the situation, and what does that suggestion entail?
I believe, Councilmember Fish, this has more to do with code enforcement efforts, trying to know for sure what operations would or would not fall within certain rules, regulations, or standards in the code. But I would leave that to Marion or Pear to clarify. But certainly the lack of clear definitions is a problem from any standpoint, in my opinion. So clarity would be helpful for sure, at least from just a pure code clarity standpoint.
If I could add to
Please,
that.
yes.
So our code just says on-site services. It doesn't really say what that entails. Is that counseling? Is that detox service? Is that some other type of service that the state defines? Ours doesn't say. So if we're looking at what those on-site services are, it's sort of ambiguous and unclear. So we'd want to make that more clear so that when we go and do an inspection, we can actually look and see, are those services being provided? And that tells us if they're in violation or not, if this is a care facility rather than a sober living home.
Thank you for that. So you're suggesting better definition in what exactly in our city's
Our municipal code.
code
Yes.
of each type of service, what it provides, and then being able to, when you go and inspect a facility, being able to categorize it properly? Is that what you're suggesting?
Correct, exactly.
Okay.
And if I might add to that as well, I think there's also some lack of clarity between the defined uses in our code within which we currently try to put sober living homes. There are several uses that leave the door open for on-site services, and so it's sometimes challenging to figure out which ones sober living homes would fit into, depending on the nature of on-site services that they provide. And our code doesn't treat all those uses exactly the same way. So there is some lack of clarity that could benefit from improvement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaco. That sounds like an actionable suggestion. Sounds like a legal suggestion. I want to make sure we're doing everything we can to help the situation. It does feel like there might be some exploiting going on, and the neighborhood deserves peace, and so do the folks impacted, right? So do the people in these facilities. And my understanding is not all of them are licensed, right? So that's also more of a state policy challenge, it sounds like, and I would be supportive of any state policy efforts that this council could support to maybe further clarify what those licensing requirements are and bring more of those facilities into compliance. But what I'm hearing from staff is that maybe the licensing issue wouldn't be a local issue. Is that true? Your mic.
I'd like to defer to Michael Cobden if he wants to add anything, but I will say that when it comes to licensing, if you look at the Costa Mesa ordinance, they introduced a local permit of some sort. All of that hinges on whether or not we can do that legally. And in the case of Costa Mesa, there was a distinction made there between how they treated boarding houses that don't contain disabled individuals versus sober living. And so that's the crux of what we have to wrestle with.
Yeah, and I may just note a distinction between the term license and permit. And so there are indeed state licenses for certain types of operations that are providing certain levels of services. If I remember correctly, for example, if there's any kind of medical care being provided, or certain types of blood testing maybe, or medications being dispensed to residents, I believe that can trigger some licensing requirements from the state. And we can, on a local level, of course, require that an operator who should have a license does have a license, just like we require that a bar has an ABC license, right? But then in addition, there is a possibility with careful legal crafting to have a permit requirement like Costa Mesa did. Again, that comes with quite a bit of careful drafting and consideration to make sure it's done correctly, but it is theoretically possible. And that would be something that we would set up the standards for. Someone would apply for the permit, we would evaluate the application for applicability and standards, and then issue the permit, monitor it, revoke it, or suspend it, just like we do for other types of permits.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Cogden. So, yeah, I know I've spoken enough, so I'll just wrap it up by saying, to me, those feel like, actionable steps we could take locally that would be legal, wouldn't potentially jeopardize our standing with HCD. If we were to try to attempt any zoning type of changes, I would just be concerned about those. But the other things mentioned here, I think, sound like actionable next steps regarding permitting and the categorization and the uses, and deploying some more services out to those neighbors like our mobile crisis team. And with that, thank you for the time. And
Can you repeat those last three things, please?
Oh, sure, yeah. So we talked about, clarifying in city code the different categories of these facilities. We talked about creating like a city license or permit. And then we talked about, I guess I talked about the mobile crisis team and potentially deploying some more services out there and doing more education about what services we do have for our neighbors who are witnessing, distressed.
Got it.
Folks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much for the staff report. Thank you so much for public comment. I really understand the concerns and feel, the issues that you're going through. I also understand that no one is targeting anyone. Just trying to find some solutions here, and it does sound like a challenging situation to live in. But as we're talking about, I want to make sure that we're balancing accountability and oversight while making sure that, it's legally appropriate and defensible for the city. Already discussed, residents of sober living houses are considered people with disabilities under federal state law. And so our laws like the Fair Housing Act and California Community Care Facilities Act require cities to treat housing for people with disabilities the same as other residential uses. So again, concerned about any kind of significant legal risk. And then if we do, since they're already allowed by right, if we pursue new regulation, to the Vice Mayor's point, we could be seen as creating barriers to supportive housing, which may create issues with HCD. So cutting to the chase, I would be supportive of the, clarifying the definition of on-site services. And then considering, operational standards. So possibly like a contact person, management plan, or property maintenance requirements to regulate more how the properties are operated than who lives there. And then similar to, I don't know if the city license or permit is like a registration system, so we can understand where these homes are, the ones that haven't been identified yet. And I think that will probably be a better approach, so we can accomplish, creating some kind of solution, but also making sure we are in compliance with the law. And then possibly, and to just expand on the education about MCT and outreach, and is it possible to work with the service providers that we do know of and let them know to contact MCT and then or other services that the city provides upon a person's departure from the facility, from the home facility, however it's defined?
Can we can we also determine a course of action based upon, whether or not they're violating the terms of whatever permit system that we establish? Number of calls by police. I mean, if one of these houses is repeatedly violating our standards, and then they should be shut down. So what is that barrier? When do we reach that, and what's the course of action? Thank you, Mayor.
And the past 3 years of data, yeah.
Thanks
Of
for pointing
calls
that, Mayor. I did want to just ask, I know we have the landlord registry. Do these folks also participate in that registry and share information about, I know you indicated that there were some investigations, but do we get a base level of information from them on an annual basis as we do with all the landlords in Culver City?
No, we don't, because these have been treated as a family setting, so they don't have to register with landlord currently based off of each of their leases, because it's considered under state law one single family, or just a family living together. So it's not separate rentals per se.
Can we potentially explore something like that? Or would that be in potential? I'm just curious because it would be helpful. It has been helpful for us to see the trends. I know our registry has not been in place that long, but we've already are understanding a lot more about what's happening in our community as a result of that registry. So potentially, as we explore these other items, it's just something that I don't know if there's consensus here, but if we might be able to explore something like that so we sort of know.
Currently, when folks register, there isn't a distinction between if it's a room for rent or if it's an apartment for rent. It's just a number of rentals. So we'd have to likely work with housing and HDL to change how they're collecting that information, because it doesn't distinguish the difference.
Well, if it's something that's feasible, let's explore it. If it's too heavy of a lift and it won't fit within our current service contract, or it won't fit, then it doesn't fit. But if we can find a way that, so all of the work isn't on staff to be going out, and hopefully it could be more of a voluntary sort of collection process as we explore these other avenues as well.
Okay.
So just something to think about. Thank you.
Also, I think the goal here is to stop the bad actors. That's the goal. And another one of the issues that's been brought up is that folks are recruited to come to California from out of state, and then oftentimes when their insurance runs out or for whatever reason, they exit and they go on out into the street. So if there is, in the compliance code, we need to know that that person has been given a ticket back home. However that works, instead of being put into our homeless population. I know there's been instances where people have wanted to go home in Culver City, home being someplace outside of the state, and we've been able to assist them. But this should be the task of the operator. And this will also fulfill, I believe, help fulfill that tracking, making sure that we have, data on what's happening with the people who are living in these places.
I have spoken with the operators of some of these facilities, and they are willing to work with the city and MCT to provide information when someone is voluntarily leaving their program and thus would be exited to the street. The majority say that they will provide them with an exit ticket, but they have to be in a program or they have to be willing to do it. They can't force people to stay against their will. So when they leave, they're leaving on their own. They're just deciding to leave the program and go to the street. But they said that they're willing to work with MCT to provide that data, so if a person does exit to the street, the city would know about it.
Thanks. And talking anecdotally with the neighbors, I think what's happening is they're exiting because the conditions are so bad oftentimes. And spending winter in California is probably a better option than wherever they're coming from. So, whatever we can do to keep that from happening would be great.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Mayor, can I? So I had a question maybe for the city attorney or whatnot. I think, we're looking at this as housing as opposed to where I come from as sobriety. And I think there's two different things because not all housing is good housing in terms of sobriety. And if you have a house and if you have bad actors in the community, then we're not really, in my opinion, focusing on what we should be, and that's getting people sober and getting people on their own feet and moving forward. And I know we can't preclude people from out of state coming into these sober living homes, but to me it seems that it's more for profit than not. Is there any way that can be written into some sort of ordinance that only local, I mean, probably not, but I mean, 'cause I find there's that disconnect where we can talk about housing, we can talk about allowing them in there, but if we don't address the root cause, in my opinion, of sobriety, then what are we really doing? And I don't know how we can work that into an ordinance or even if possible.
Councilmember Vera, this is Michael Cobden again. I do not think that there's any way we could restrict occupancy to local residents. And I do think that the reason that we keep talking about this in terms of a housing issue is partly because that's what the courts and statutes are telling us we must do. That being said, there may be some ways we can take a good look at the issues the council has highlighted, including the sort of business aspects of operating, and maybe there's a way we can approach those, but it'll take some effort and some creative thinking on our part to do it in a way that's consistent with the court's decisions and the law. But I think we do hear the council's concern with some of the business operators, and we can take a look at that and see what can be done.
All right, I appreciate that, sir. And just one last comment. I think also for most of the residents that spoke, yeah, there are a lot of call for services in terms of police and fire, but I think that's really secondary in terms of what's really going on in those neighborhoods, and it's a quality of life issue. And if we don't address that as opposed to calls for services or, the mobile crisis team, then we're really not addressing what we should, in my opinion. They go hand in hand, but I think more importantly, it's the quality of life and the way these houses are being run. And it sounds like that's part of what we're going to be looking into. I just encourage, try to get the most restrictive in terms of housing that we can, but also be mindful that we're trying to get people sober and trying to get people on the right track. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, any further direction from council? Or do you have everything you need?
This was helpful, Council.
Great. Thank you.
Could we hear back what the direction is, just to confirm? And if it needs to be a motion, maybe we make one, but I just would love to hear back what direction we're giving.
All right. I will attempt to summarize.
Good luck. I realized that I was setting you up there.
Yes, I did hear some lack of consensus about the degree of severity with which we would approach this, but there was general support for trying to find a regulatory approach that would meet a legal standard, but would try to focus on ensuring better operators and better operations, with the help of looking at our code to see where we can tighten up definitions, make clarifications on on-site services. There was expressed some support for the idea of exploring a local permitting option that would enable us to look at some of that. I also heard, bear with me here for a second.
Great so far.
I also heard some concern about HCD and their view of whatever it is that we do as it relates to fair housing. And I also heard a better deployment of the mobile crisis team as a way to deal with some of the operational issues. I also heard about trying to do better tracking of residents as they enter and leave facilities, particularly as it relates to when they choose to leave the facilities or if they're evicted, and how that situation is dealt with.
Just to add, which I'm sure you have, but just to be explicit, the past 3 years of data and then the proof that this service provider has provided a trip home for discussion,
yes,
for consideration.
Yes. So 3 years of data versus 1 year of data to look for patterns, as well as a focus on provision of transportation for residents leaving the facilities.
Wonderful.
As a responsibility of the operator.
One of the things we could also look into is a certification. There's an organization called the California Association of Addiction Recovery Resources, and they do a certification of some of those facilities. We could look into seeing if certification is viable or doable.
If I may just add one more, not one we already mentioned, but I just wanted to add clarity to the deployment of the MCT. If there's any way we could do better education that the MCT exists and, encourage folks to use it. I'm always surprised, or not surprised, but I always, I'm observing that a lot of folks in the community still don't know it exists. And so anything we can do to give people the awareness of it, especially in this community that's being impacted, I'd love to see that a part of the direction. Thanks.
Thanks for the reminder, Vice Mayor. I've already sent a message to Dr. Dan to make sure that we have a good understanding of the outreach and the resources that MCT could provide to the neighborhood as they're experiencing this situation. I do want to set up some expectations, though. MCT aside, which is obviously a resource that the neighborhood and that we can work with them to utilize right away, this is a complicated set of tasks that have been put forth. We certainly are in contact with neighborhood reps, and I encourage them to get in contact with Pierre and the rest of planning staff to get an update as to the process, and we will update the city council at certain accomplishments in our review process, and then make a decision on when we can bring back some versions of an ordinance.
Great. Thank you very much.
Pierre, I know, I saw you writing it down, but I just want to confirm that also standards for enforcement.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Establish operational standards that can be used as a basis for action.
Thank you. Perfect.
Okay. We'll go on to A5, discussion and direction regarding the usage of green pavement markings for bicycle facilities, and may get a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm Dimitri, Director of Public Works, and I have with me here tonight our Senior Traffic Engineer, Thomas Check. The item before you tonight is the use of green paint in bike lanes. Green paint is used, has been used in bike lanes since 2011, exactly 15 years ago, when it was approved by the Federal Highway Administration. And it is used in bike lanes for two purposes. It makes bicyclists feel safer as they navigate the bike lanes, and also it heightens driver awareness of the bicyclists in the bike lane. And the question before us tonight is, which shade of green should we use? There's a bright shade of green and there's a darker shade of green that's been used throughout Culver City for several years now. The reason why we've been using exclusively the darker shade of green is actually the result of extensive outreach to the film industry. Film LA, as well as the various studios that operate in Culver City. They all expressed their full support of having green bike lanes everywhere and using the green paint to delineate and make the bike lanes more visible. But they also indicated that they have a strong preference for the darker shade of green because it suits their operation way more than the brighter shade of green. And that's basically the question before you tonight. We are seeking direction from City Council to staff as to whether we should continue the darker shade of green, which was approved by the DOT and used in various cities in Southern California, or go with the brighter shade of green, which is more commonly used in particular on the west side in places like West Hollywood, Santa Monica, and elsewhere. With that, I will turn it over to our senior traffic engineer to add a few more details if you'd like. Thomas.
Thank you, Dimitri. Yes, I'll keep this very brief. You touched on the key points here, the most exciting for last. So just to kind of recap what was discussed, the Federal Highway Administration establishes colored standards for colored pavement markings, which includes red, yellow, white, and green, of course. And there's a very complicated diagram here on this page, which I will not go into great detail about, but effectively, instead of defining a specific shade for any one of these colors, they actually define a color box, which is a range of shades. This allows for manufacturing variances and accounts for in-service wear and tear because these markings are intended to be within the color box over their service life. So this diagram here on the right shows in black the color box or color polygon for green pavement markings. So anything that falls within that black polygon is considered a FHWA compliant green. So I'll call that FHWA green just for short here. And that's typically associated with a vibrant, bright shade of green, which you can see at the bottom left of the slide. Since 2017, as Director Dimitri had mentioned, Culver City has used a darker shade of green for bike lanes, which I refer to in this presentation as deep green. That can be seen at the bottom right of the slide, or bottom center. That's actually a green pavement marking here on Duquesne, right just south of Washington Boulevard. The deep green color box, so the acceptable range for that darker color, is outlined in white on the diagram on the right. So as you can see here, it's kind of constrained to the lowest, darkest shades of green within the FHWA spectrum, with the left edge of that box actually falling out of compliance entirely. As I mentioned earlier, colored pavement markings must stay within their color box over their service life to remain compliant. In practical applications, most green bike lane products fall approximately within the two white dashed green lines on the right of the slide, and then they fall over time. They get darker due to UV exposure or wear and tear from vehicles and tire traffic, and the initial installation color, that brighter range between the two white bars, provides ample buffer to remain FHWA compliant over the service life. So the photo at the bottom right of the slide actually is a great example. It shows at the background of the slide a freshly painted portion of green, and in the foreground is that same exact shade, but it was installed, I believe, about 5 to 7 years prior. So you can see that it does darken over time, even when it goes in at that much brighter color. With that being said, the deep green sits at the very bottom left of the color box in that white rectangle. And because of that, it doesn't really have any buffer to fall within the federal specifications. So staff believe that it's likely to fall out of compliance within 1 to 2 years after installation. Just a little bit of a summary here. So as Director Dimitri mentioned, green pavement markings provide several benefits. They improve visibility and recognition of bike facilities, aid in navigation through intersections. They clearly highlight conflict and mixing zones. The colors are regulated by the FHWA, and a not usage of a non-compliant color, or one that becomes non-compliant soon after installation, may undermine the intended safety and visibility benefits of the green markings, or to maintain compliance, may increase the city's cost due to the need for frequent reapplication to be consistent with the FHWA standards, which can be as little as 1 year, maybe as many as 4, probably on average 2 years. We've received feedback and concerns regarding the color of green pavement markings used in the city. The film industry prefers the deep green, that's the darker color, citing that it's easier to edit out in post-production. Members of the City Council, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Mobility Subcommittee, and the active transportation community, by contrast, have raised concerns over the deep green. They prefer the brighter FHWA green, citing that the deep green color has lower visibility, particularly at night, and is potentially not compliant with FHWA specifications, as I previously kind of tried to illustrate on that diagram. So tonight, staff are seeking direction on the usage of green pavement markings moving forward. Options include continuing to use the deep green, switching to the brighter FHWA green, or discontinuing the usage of green pavement markings entirely. The two slides at the bottom, or I'm sorry, the photos at the bottom right is the deep green color that was actually recently installed in West Hollywood. One is taken during the daytime, the other one is at nighttime, just to illustrate the day versus night visibility. And then the top right photo is a newly installed FHWA green that was installed in Santa Monica circa 2022 on Ocean Avenue. With that, that concludes my presentation.
One more thing I would like to mention, because it's important for the discussion, is the cost of green bike lanes. A lot of people are unaware of how expensive green bike lanes are. When I started doing this in Santa Monica exactly 15 years ago, it was $4 per square foot. Very recently, it jumped to $7 or $8 per square foot. So you can do the math, 5 feet wide times the entire length of the bike lane. It adds up very quickly to large quantities of, large amounts of money. So this is just something to keep in mind when we're having this discussion.
Great, thank you very much. It looks like there are 3 people signed up for public comment.
A few more.
Okay.
Let's see here. So we have 6 speakers. We have Ronald Ostrin, Marcy Vaughn, Brian Sanders, Jack Galante, Kara Push, and Leah Pressman. Our first speaker is Ron Ostrin with 1 minute, seated by Leslie Ostrin. But not seeing Mr. Ostrin online or in the council chambers. Our next speaker is Marcy Vaughn, who I am not seeing in the council chambers or online. Then next we have Brian Sanders, who is not online anymore, nor in the council chambers. So our next speaker is Jack Galante with 1 minute, seated by Mark Galante, followed by Kara Push.
Can you see this? Is it visible for you guys? Okay, cool. So on the, let me just move the mic. So on the left is like the newer color paint, and then on the right is the Pantone's color scale for the darker Hollywood green. As you can see, it's visually very different. And then my next slide is, so a lot of the bike lanes that are on our streets aren't curb protected, so cars are going to be driving over them. As you can see on this slide, cars driving over the newer brighter green are still visible even after cars are driving over it. Versus the new Hollywood green, is the visibility is reduced a lot, even just by cars. Another thing I noticed is we have a lot of trees in Culver City. The trees drop little fruits and other things and dye our bike lanes. And then this is a representative of the new color as referenced, and then this is the current Hollywood green. I think people in Culver City bring up the issue of protected bike lanes often, and they just want just paint on the street. Having this brighter green will help mend the forces together as this paint. If we're just doing it once, let's do it the brighter green. And since people have concerns about protected bike lanes when protected bike lanes aren't installed and painted bike lanes are installed, I think it's really imperative that we invest in the safety of these bikeway facilities, as it's the only thing marking that street as a bike facility. A lot of times drivers don't see the signs, but they will see a bright color paint. Oh, I have some time. Studies have shown that the difference between the bright color and the Hollywood green reduce in fatalities, as drivers are more aware of the brighter color paint. The darker color paint over time, as Dimitri said, comes out of compliance, and that's going to be an increased cost year after year when we're going to have to be repainting. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kira Push, followed by Leah Pressman.
Hi there. I'm just calling in as a frequent bike commuter, both in the daytime and the nighttime, who would be immensely grateful for brighter bike lane coloring, purely because it's inherently safer for bikers and drivers alike, because you can see it a lot easier. I think given the clear non-compliance of our existing bike lane color as it ages, I'm actually kind of surprised that this is an agenda item and not just a consent item, so that we can be in compliance again for a longer period of time and spend less money. But if we insist on bending to the will of the film industry and prioritizing ease of editing over safety of bike lane users, maybe council could consider that the film houses front the cost of the yearly repainting of the deeper green color, seeing as they're the main ones who would benefit. Yep, those are my thoughts. Really appreciate the consideration of brighter bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Leah Pressman.
Hi, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I don't want to be too long. It's really late, but I'm very excited to have the issue of safety come up. And I do want to speak up for safety over the considerations of occasional filming. I actually don't see filming happening on these major thoroughfares where bike lanes are, and they wouldn't always need to be changed, because if you're doing a contemporary film, the bike lanes are appropriate. So I really hope you move ahead with this item. It clearly is going to save the city money, since the dark green color goes quickly out of compliance. And I hope you all put safety first, because I know so many people who bike all the time, and so many people have gotten terribly injured. It's really pretty scary on the streets. Okay, thank you very much. Here's my time.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for item A5.
Great. Questions and comments from colleagues, starting with Councilmember Farrer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dimitri, and for your presentation. I got a couple of quick questions for you guys. In terms of the two different colors, what I'm hearing from you guys is that to use Mr. Galante's term, the Hollywood green is a little more costly in terms of maintenance and update in order for it to keep compliance, correct? I mean, about reapplying it.
In all honesty, they both require roughly the same level of maintenance, ongoing maintenance. And the reason is because of car tires. Over time, they leave tracks and markings in the bike lanes, so they both require roughly the same amount of maintenance.
Okay, so it wouldn't matter either way which one we went with, that the maintenance is going to still be within 2 to 4 years?
Roughly, yes.
All right.
Because it also depends on so many different factors, the location of the bike lanes, exposure to the sun, for example, on a shady street versus a street with little shade. The volume of traffic on a particular street makes a difference. So there's a lot of different factors that come into play.
Okay. And the brighter green, is there any reflective qualities to that, or is it just paints?
There's no retroreflective qualities in the paint, unlike white and yellow pavement markings where we do add glass beads for retroreflectivity.
Okay. And then you'd mentioned cost in terms of how it went up from $3 to $7. In painting these bike lanes, is it, you said you do a continuous strip, I mean, but they're sort of segmented, right? And
Correct. We typically, it's different, there are different applications from one city to another. I have worked for some organizations that place one solid strip of green throughout the entire bike lane, but as of late, cities have switched to a different pattern, which is where we place the bike lanes at conflict points, as Thomas explained earlier. For example, at driveways and near intersections and a few other locations.
Okay. And then to your knowledge, has there been any accidents or accidents in the bike lane directly related to the color of paint? In other words, drivers can't see the paint and that caused an accident, or is there any data? Because I heard a lot of speakers and plus in the report about accidents and how it's a little more visible at nighttime, but has there been any data showing that there is more accidents?
No, we're unaware of any collision data that's attributable to the particular shade of green that's being used in the bike lanes.
By the way, okay. All right, thank you both. So my obviously safety is paramount in any application of whatever we're doing moving forward. But if we are, if we are a community, a council that supports businesses, I'm trying to think of a workaround. In other words, where we make some of the businesses thrive, as well as making the community, and you say safety really isn't a mitigating factor here. It doesn't, the lighter green doesn't really make the lanes any safer than the darker green is what I'm hearing.
I think it's more of a perception.
Right.
So some bicyclists feel safer when the lanes are painted in a brighter color. But there are no data. We don't have any data to substantiate one shade of green over the other.
Okay. All right. You know, I always hear on council that we're data-driven, and if there is no data showing it, then I have a hard time sort of switching it midstream without really that concrete data. However, is there a way and I wish somebody was from the film industry online or whatnot, and you probably don't know the answer. But in terms of filming, I don't know how one shade of green is harder to edit out than another shade of green.
I actually had that conversation with several people in the film industry. They said the brighter shade of green reflects way more in the shots they take throughout the city.
Okay. So is there, I know we have to be consistent in how we apply it and what color we use. We can't use two different colors, correct? We want to use one sort of standard color throughout the city.
Yes, and to your point, Councilmember Vera, that is why the FHWA establishes the brighter green. It's part of the MUTCD, the U standing for Uniform Traffic Control Devices. So using dark versus green throughout the city would be very confusing.
Confusing. All right, I get it. That's why I asked about the reflective, additives in the paint. It sounds like there are no.
There are no reflective additives.
I can see how a lighter color might reflect the sun a little more during the daytime, and I was wondering maybe if the studio somehow could, and if it's allowable by the city, could they, while filming in that specific area, although, driving would be a little more difficult if they're filming while driving, but to somehow cover those portions of green up with something of whatever they use to cover it as they're filming to maybe mitigate any sort of issues they have with the green?
Yes, they could do that. And I should also mention that Dimitri mentioned earlier how every city has different policies over the usage of green pavement markings. We reserve them for areas with the highest impact on safety and visibility. So we're not painting miles of bike lanes green. It's incredibly costly and impossible to maintain. So we are already limiting, the installations to where they're most needed already. And yes, if they wanted to cover them during filming, that's something we could accommodate.
Okay. Dimitri, since you had conversation with the industry, do you know if that was an option that was brought up, or is that something that's not feasible, or not sure?
No, that particular question didn't really come up.
Let me hear what my colleagues have to say, but those are my only questions right now. Thank you both again. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you. Thanks, guys, for the staff report. And how often do we repaint the green currently?
Roughly every 2 years, roughly.
Every 2 years.
We just give them one quick shade because the original application is 4 different layers or coats in order for it to stick and adhere to and bond to the road. But then when we refresh them, it's only one coat.
It's good to know. I didn't know that. So they're refreshed relatively quickly. As a now pretty much former film professional, I've keyed out shots hundreds of times. I can key out green, yellow, purple, blue. Green is typically a better color with human skin because most people don't have green in their skin tone. That's why it's used most commonly. And I want to be considerate of the film industry's concerns of, I think what they're talking about with reflection, it's more what you call a spill. So if a bright green is next to like a white car, it'll reflect, that color will bleed onto the white car. It makes it more challenging to remove that from a shot. Coming into this discussion, I was more leaning towards, getting closer to the FHWA, kind of mid-range, brighter green standard. But if we're refreshing these, and I like to have I think it's also aesthetically better when our paint is refreshed and it doesn't look like it's ran over by cars and all the the tree droppings and everything that degrade it. If we are refreshing it that frequently, I think that to try to help the really struggling film industry as much as we can, I think we should, try to stick to their desires as long as it stays within that FHWA guideline. And it sounds like it does if we're refreshing it every 2 years. So I've kind of switched my take on this, and think that we should, stick with where we're at. But I'm open to hearing my colleagues. Thank you.
Mayor, may I jump in the order just because we were on the mobility subcommittee? Can I share just before Councilmember McMorrin shares? Sure. Is that all right? Thank you. And just thank you, Mr. Check, for bringing this to us. I know this item is like long in the making, and appreciate my colleagues for their remarks and some of their concerns. I was actually echoing one of our callers tonight. I was kind of surprised this necessitated an agenda item. It came out of a request to look into this from the mobility subcommittee. Obviously, I'm not in charge of whether something becomes an agenda item or not, but I appreciate that it's being considered, and just thank Mayor Puza for his thoughts in the subcommittee as well. We had 84 bike-on-car collisions over the past 5 years, according to the data that CCPD has provided. That's 80. If it's bad enough to call the police, it's usually decently bad. That's 84 lives changed, sometimes forever. So, it is about ensuring safety. As we all know, that's why this conversation is happening, but it's also about reducing that liability. I'm hearing what Director Dimitri is saying about refreshing every 2 years. In practice, what I'm seeing on the street is that it takes a lot longer for those bike lanes to be repainted. So just speaking from personal experience and hearing from some of the speakers, we have a lot of paint that's faded. And in cities, it's not just Culver City, LA City. It's sometimes faded. It sometimes has the markings on it that Mr. Galanti mentioned. And for me, it's not just about safety. It's about reducing that liability. When one shade goes out of compliance in 2 years and the other one doesn't, and when one goes out of compliance, we have to redo that shade. When the green bike lanes that start bright green, they don't just fade out of compliance, or they at least don't change color. In that same way. They don't change. They don't get so dark that they require as quickly a maintenance expenditure. So I know, I appreciate Councilmember O'Brien's remarks. I actually was curious your take on, as an editor. I know the industry has changed a lot since the darker green was first put into use. I used to edit films in 2013, a long time ago, and I can see the argument back then. Now, when we have generative AI creating entire new universes, it feels a little bit reductive to say that we can't edit around this. The technology is so strong now. I'm just, to me, this is about those 84 lives over the past 5 years that were changed by being hit, and what can we do? What can we learn from other cities and other jurisdictions? Santa Monica has had this for several years now, and I'm curious for staff, has there been any recorded decrease in film activity in Santa Monica or in any of the many jurisdictions that have adopted the FHWA? Have we understood any decrease in film activity from those jurisdictions?
I'm not aware of that reduction in film activity as a result of that. I'm not aware of it.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I just want to be, cognizant of whether, the same standards that may have applied when this shade was chosen might not still apply given the very rapid advancement in technology. And at the same time, human lives that is, again, what I feel is our primary responsibility here on the dais. So just wanted to share that perspective. And yeah, I do hope we can move forward, not just for the sake of safety, but for the sake of being in compliance long-term, not just for 2 years, and not spending as much on maintenance, not having to go out all the time and refresh this paint. As someone who rides their bike to city council meetings every week, it does matter. Not every week, every 2 weeks. It does matter whether there's visibility. A darker green is harder to see at night, period. The darker the color, the harder it is to see. So that's really where this came from, is what can we learn from other jurisdictions, and just wanted to provide that perspective. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember McLaurin.
Thank you. Really appreciate the comments in our staff report. I'm in favor of the brighter green choice for visibility and safety reasons, and thank you again.
I just have some follow-up questions because I'm hearing different things, but the paint, either color, lasts the same amount of time or doesn't last the same amount of time?
Roughly, yes. The answer is yes. Roughly the same amount of time.
I can clarify my point, which was that it gets darker. If both shades get darker over time or more faded over time, the darker is just going to be harder to see, as we saw in the photos that Mr. Check shared in his presentation. That's really what I meant by that, if that was causing confusion.
I think that's an important clarification. Thank you, Vice Mayor Fish. The paint physically will last on the roadway for approximately the same amount of time. It's the same material. The pigment, though, the actual color it lets off, will get darker much faster with the darker green, whereas the green one will stay within the compliance range for 5 to 7 years before needing application. But the material will last the same amount of time. It's the color compliance that fades out, quite literally, faster.
Got it. Okay, and you may have just mentioned this, but in the night or low light, there's no difference? But there
is a difference at nighttime in particular. The darker color, it was on one of the slides I had showed. It tends to blend into asphalt because it's a darker green. The brighter one, just by merit of the fact of being brighter, it has a higher contrast. The photo I shared at the second to last slide was installed about 2 weeks ago, in January in the city of West Hollywood.
Got it. So it would be considered more safe?
The brighter green we believe to be more visible and therefore more safe, given that the benefit is directly a result of the visibility of the color.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. I definitely want to acknowledge that Culver City has a great relationship with the entertainment industry, and while it might present some kind of issues, maybe there's some technology that can deal with that, and that relationship's really important to our local economy. But I do think our goal, I do hear that there's a safety concern, and we should prioritize that in regulatory compliance, while also being mindful of our role as a film-friendly city. So I would support this, but just with those caveats that still want to work with our, obviously, entertainment industry and make sure that they're thriving.
And we can certainly offer the options that were mentioned tonight about covering them during active filming events as ways to be, film friendly in the city.
Great, thank you.
Mayor, can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
If this does pass this evening, how soon before we start implementing this?
Right away.
Yeah, we have a project that's going to be repaving a portion of Washington Boulevard next week, so that's receiving some green. Sawtell Boulevard was repaved last year, and we omitted the green pending this decision, so that would receive it as well. And then we'll be repaving a number of streets in the Fox Hills neighborhood later this year, all of which are slated to get bike lanes as well.
Right.
So
the only reason why I ask is there any way, we have another meeting next week, is to hold off and then contact the industry? I just want to make sure that we're being mindful of businesses in the city, which ultimately bring in revenue to the city. We can reach out to them and see if some of these options that we brought forward in terms of covering or whatnot would actually work or not, and then go from there and bring it back next week.
Yes, if this is the direction council gives us tonight, we'll gladly do that.
Would my colleagues be interested in doing that and holding off 1 week and seeing, at least reaching out? If they don't respond, and we go forward with it?
Can I ask on that, did we get any correspondence from our?
Yes, we've been corresponding with the film industry for years now about this matter, and the concerns that they have been made clear. They want the darker green color. It's a pretty binary request.
Right, understood, but we didn't have any options. I mean, if we go forward with them and give them these options in terms of what we're looking at and how we can move forward, whether they're able to work around those options or not, just to be mindful and being going above and beyond and just doing due diligence and reaching out to them?
No, council member, this particular question to whether we can allow them to cover the bike lanes during the filming of their various programs and movies, that particular question has never come up. So we don't really know how they feel about it.
Right. So I asked my colleagues if we can wait 1 week. I mean, 1 week either way. It sounds like we have the votes to move forward with it, but 1 week either way is not going to infringe upon the project coming up on Washington, is it?
It will cause a slight delay to the project. We are reviewing submittals for things like this right now. So
it would cause a week delay.
It could cause a delay, which could cause potentially a change order for delay caused by the city. Not something the city couldn't absorb, but there is some timeline delay to it.
I think in light of what is at stake in terms of the business and the industry, if we can hold off 1 week on it. I don't know if there's 3 nodding heads for that or not.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to, I respect what the council member is suggesting. I'd just like to put forth my thoughts, which are, you know, we've gotten a full download of the situation here. We have so many items in the backlog that we're waiting to hear. And I feel that it seems like we have a full understanding of where different community members and stakeholders feel about this issue, feel properly educated on it. I hope my colleagues agree that we can move forward. It sounds like there is a slight potential for a delay for projects. I know that not the Sepulveda project, the Fox Hills project that you're referring to, was it the
Safer Fox Hills
the
project?
Safer Fox Hills project has been waiting for, no, which project is the one that you referred to?
Sawtell. We
the Sawtell.
halted the installation of any green.
That one's been waiting for a long time for any coloring at all. So, you know, my preference here, and I've put in a motion, would be to move forward tonight, given we've heard all of the information. We understand where the different stakeholders lie. We understand that this is a compliance issue. And we understand it's a safety issue. So I'd like to submit the motion. Thank you. And Mr. Check, I'm wondering if in that motion, we could, within our existing capital projects related to street resurfacing, if we could just ask that staff, if this passes, ask that staff evaluate the need for new paint at those designated areas, at those conflict zones or in those appropriate areas that staff determines are high priority, if that could be a part of this effort, just in our existing capital projects that we're already doing street resurfacing.
Yes, gladly, will do.
Okay, so that would be my motion, colleagues, would be to move forward on this tonight, given we have so much council business to take care of. And we've been, I think, fully briefed on the issue, that we move forward with the FHWA coloring. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd just like to say that I'd be up for waiting a week.
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
I'd just like to, for the record, say I'd be up for waiting a week to get feedback.
Well, if I can get a nodding head, I'd like to introduce a secondary motion and postponing this 1 week, coming back, giving the movie industry one last chance to propose these options, these workarounds that we have. And if not, we come back next week with it. There should be no discussion next week. It's either yay or nay to take 2 minutes to go through this next week. So I get a nodding head for
Councilmember Vera, you can just make a substitute motion and see if you get a second.
All right, I'd like to make a substitute motion to hold off 1 week, reach out to the studios, pose the workarounds that we had made this evening and see if it's something viable, and come back next week for a vote.
Colleagues, I'd just like to add, we don't really do this very often for other issues. We have items on the agenda. There's government relations staff at these major film companies that check in on what we're doing here in City Hall. We have, when not a lot of renters necessarily come out to speak on a certain item, we don't punt it until we wait until we get that population in. We don't do this often, punting items just because, folks didn't come to speak on it. I think it shows a little bit of a bias if we did that tonight just for one particular sector. I think we all value the film industry in the city. We all know how important they are to the city. We also understand the safety implications tonight. So I hope that we don't delay this further based on one party not having made comment, because these agendas are public, all the information is public.
I agree, Vice Mayor. And if possible, do we know what's on the agenda for next week? I know we had some closed
Yes.
session items that were moved to the following week, so we're
Yes.
starting early. Thanks. If you could let us know, City Clerk.
We have about 6 action items, including the one that was moved from tonight, potentially, and 4 closed session items, and then...
So we have 6, not including this potential item.
Correct.
Okay, great.
All right, like I said, there's a substitute motion. It would take all of 30 seconds next week to put it on. There's been a motion and a second, so we can vote on that and then move forward.
I have a motion from Councilmember Vera, a second from Councilmember O'Brien to, oops, hold on. Delay the vote to next week. Please vote.
And to just clarify, City Clerk, the goal to delay the vote would to get more input at the meeting, or is staff expected to do additional outreach? Just to understand the timing.
My understanding is prior to, get feedback.
For staff to reach out. For staff to reach out, propose what workarounds or what alternative options that we propose and see if it works for them, just to get sort of one last shot at it.
We can call them up tomorrow morning and get answers.
Thank you.
And it's my understanding, just based on what I'm hearing, it would be the option to allow them to cover the bike lane during filming.
Yeah, and that's a worker, and if that would work for them.
Okay.
So just to be clear, staff has staff has an understanding of what these stakeholders have shared about this given issue, other than that one aspect.
Yes.
Okay.
And do we know the coverings that cover the lane? Have we used them before, or is this a new strategy?
I've mentioned this with respect to concrete bike lanes to them, about how they could, infill the space where the bike lane is with like a platform and spray paint it concrete green to make it look like a wide sidewalk. It's my understanding that accommodations like these, no matter how slight, if they do increase the difficulty to film or the amount of work required, the film industry typically is not receptive to it. This is just based on my experience working with them for the past 3 years. But we can definitely pose this question, and perhaps they'll feel differently about this specific issue.
And I would add that if they had the option to even paint it black and then repaint it to the green, that the standard that it requires to be every day of the week.
That would likely not be viable, because they wouldn't be able to be restored. It wouldn't adhere, the black paint to the green again.
Or they pay for it.
Or that.
And Mr. Check, really quick, how much outreach did you personally or did the team do on this item to the film industry?
I reached out I've had several meetings with them about a combination of concrete protected bike lanes and green bike lanes since the inception of the Better Overland project. So
And
that's
when was
include early 2024. So over the last 2 years, we've had one-on-one meetings with Sony. We've had group meetings with Film LA, I think a Teamsters representative. Also, Sony was present at those meetings. We've attended film subcommittee meetings regarding various issues. Maybe not green bike lanes have come up every single time. I personally emailed the agenda to our representative at Sony when the staff report was published, have been corresponding with them throughout today regarding this matter. So I actually did expect them to comment.
Because of your communication with them just today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Mayor? Have, you did the communication, but have you shared with them what we're bringing up this evening, or you just communicated about the green bike lanes?
They knew that this item was
The
on.
specific
No,
stuff.
I understood, but you didn't share with them an option that we came up with this evening about if covering would be viable, right? And that wasn't part of the conversation?
Not today, no.
Okay, all right. So there's a vote, there's a motion and a second, we can vote on it, and then we can
And I'd like to just reiterate, I'm hoping we don't delay on this very simple change. We have all the information at our disposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we know the technology, does it exist? Like, to editing, I know this is not your field.
I think I would actually look to Councilmember O'Brien about this if he's comfortable.
Yeah, based on my experience, it can be keyed out, but the question is how much time and effort it takes for them to do it. And so after our conversation, there was a conversation with the Sony representative, and it said it wasn't the issue of keying the green out. It was the issue of the bleed. Councilman Rivera not being in the industry I don't think understand the terminology, that reflective question. So thinking that it was a reflective material within the paint, whereas it's how it reflects onto objects.
Mayor, also, I feel that it's my duty to share this with you. I was told that if we switch to bright green, they will go film elsewhere. That's what I heard, more than once. Because
And
they
again,
have
we
other
seen
options
that
to-
take place in any other jurisdiction? Because I just don't want us to be in a place where we're doing conjecture about, well, this is what they said, this is what, if we have seen it happen, that's one thing. If we haven't seen it happen, and then what I'm hearing is, has that actually taken place in any jurisdiction verifiably?
I appreciate that, Vice Mayor, because they have bright paint in West Hollywood and Santa Monica. So unless they don't film anymore, which is possible because filming is down in our region, but if no filming exists anymore in places where they have green bike lanes, bright green bike lanes, which are kind of prevalent on pretty visible locations where people film, I know there's a delay. I mean, at some point, we just have to make a decision. Are we prioritizing the interests of folks who are trying to get around our community safely? Or are we, I'm not saying that this was not stated to you, Director, and I appreciate the work of your team. You all go above and beyond in terms of trying to balance the many perspectives in our community while trying to move us forward and keep everyone safe. But at some point, we just got to be clear about what's happening, and a decision needs to be made. So I don't know if y'all have anything additionally to share, but I don't know, City Clerk, if you have the votes there, but I would love to. We thought we were getting out early, so either we're going to support bright green paint, or we're going to
Four of
delay.
the members have voted. I'm waiting for the fifth.
I would like to counter with something, because just as though there is not data here today that specifically says that filming has gone away because of green bike lanes, there is no data that says people have been injured on bicycles because the green is not the color that folks want it to be, right? There's no data that proves either one of those things. These are, proving things that are unprovable at this stage. We know that filming is going out of California. That's a real thing, and it's death by 1,000 paper cuts. It's a lot of things, and one little thing by itself, no, it's not a big deal. But it's just a thing on top of a thing on top of a thing, and I think it's worthwhile to give the due consideration. And I feel that people have been dishonest on here in the past 15 minutes, saying that we've never push something to another, we've never had a friendly amendment or a change in, a substitute motion. These things happen. And if the vote's on the table, let's make the vote. We know what it's going to be, and then we can move on. But we're continuing to have this back and forth here about who said what and what's fair and what. Just vote for the thing.
So I just want to lift up, this is a bit of the decorum that was brought up earlier, so if we could just remember to engage professionally as much as possible to be good examples for our community. Thanks.
Okay.
I'm
Vote
sorry.
on the floor.
It was just
Let's just
for
take the vote.
we're not being professional up here.
All members have voted, and the motion fails. 3 noes, 2 yeses. Yes from Councilmember Vera and Councilmember O'Brien. Noes from McMorrin, Fish, and Puza. So the original.
Does that bring back the original?
Yep, it does. So the original is to approve the use of the FHWA green color moving forward for all bike lanes. That will be colored green. And we had.
And I'd be happy to put on this motion an exploration of the bike lane covering, if that is something that exists, or if that's something that our film industry partners have experience with. I'd be happy to.
Yes, we can continue to advance that discussion to see, even if the FHWA green is adopted by council, if there's other accommodations that could be made, such as covering them during filming events.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
So that is a motion by Vice Mayor Fish, a second by Councilmember McMorrin. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes 3 ayes, 1 no from Councilmember O'Brien, and 1 abstain from Councilmember Vera.
Okay. We're going to move on to public comment on items not on the agenda. Or do we have any comments?
We had one from Brian Sanders, but it doesn't look like he's online. So no more speakers.
Okay. Any other items from members or any requests to agenda future items? Councilmember Vera?
No, sir.
Councilmember McMorrin? Or do you have any?
Mayor, I do. I just, I'm pulling it up here. Apologies. It's not a new item. It is specifically about something that was actually agendized a while back about potentially moving animal control from our police department to Public Works, or exploring that. I believe Mayor Puza agendized it last year. And I'm just curious, these issues of exploring that came up, and there was also a desire for a potential public safety subcommittee. So I'm just wanted to, that might be a good place to have that conversation. So I just wanted to share with staff that that's something that I'm looking forward to hearing here. And if there's support for that subcommittee, colleagues feel free to share it, but it's already been agendized. So I just wanted to see if we could hear that relatively soon, since there are some issues that I know we're waiting on discussing.
I mean, do we nod any heads for that, or?
No.
Okay, great.
It's agendized.
I thought you were looking for,
No.
okay.
Thank
Anything
you.
else?
Do we have a date for it, or I'm just curious if there is?
We don't have a
Okay.
date for it. It involves several moving departments.
Okay.
So yeah.
Thank you.
There have
I
been other
appreciate it.
pressing issues, but I'll bring it up again.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I had.
Great, thank you. And can I get nodding heads to have a conversation on revisiting the block party fee?
Aren't we doing that?
I'm seeing, I'm sorry?
Not during the fee.
Oh, is it coming back?
Yeah, it's during the fee.
Great,
Is-
perfect.
Yeah,
Included in budget?
it's going to be included in the fee schedule
In the
discussion
fee schedule.
in April.
Okay,
But I can tell you, I was going to recommend that you guys should get rid of it.
okay. Thank you. And then this year is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence in our country, and I would like to get nodding heads for a resolution to reaffirm the city's commitment to upholding the Constitution and our commitment to our country's foundational ideas of free speech, fair elections, and checks and balances, and urge Congress to challenge unconstitutional actions taken by the Trump administration.
Is that a yes, 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 yes from all five? Consensus. Okay.
Okay, and then may I get a motion to adjourn the meeting in memory of Irene Garrity?
Garrity.
Thank you.
There's a motion by Councilmember McMorrin.
Do you have any?
Second by Councilmember O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted. Oh, wait. There, all members have voted, and the time is 11:35, and
Okay.
we are adjourned.
Not that bad.
And for clarity, Councilmember McMorrin, there's 7 action items. We're going to have to go through